Have you ever wished your mind could hit reset while you sleep? That you could wake up not just rested, but sharper, stronger, and completely in control of your thoughts and your life? Most people go to bed hoping for peace, but instead, their mind keeps running, looping through stress, regret, fear, and unfinished thoughts. They lie still while their brain stays active, replaying the day, fearing tomorrow and carrying burdens that should have been left behind. But what if that mental noise could be replaced? What if, while your body sleeps, your mind was being trained to let go of what doesn't matter, to focus only on what truly does, and to build a quiet strength that nothing can shake? That's what Stoic mental training is for. This isn't just philosophy. This is a practice of rewiring how you think, how you respond, how you see yourself and the world. You're about to immerse your subconscious in 4 hours of pure Stoic wisdom, lessons that taught warriors how to stay calm in battle, taught emperors how to rule with clarity, and taught thinkers how to face life and death without fear. These are not empty words. These are mental tools. Tools for letting go, for focusing, for staying grounded no matter what life throws at you. While the world sleeps, you're not just resting. You're rebuilding, training your mind to be stronger, clearer, and more resilient. You're not escaping the day. You're preparing for the next one with power and purpose. By the time you wake up, you won't just feel better, you'll be better. Because you took the time, even in sleep, to train the most powerful part of yourself, your mind. Let the reset begin. Have you ever noticed that the harder you try to control every detail of your life, the more chaotic and unmanageable it becomes? It's ironic, isn't it? We spend our days rushing from one task to another, trying to tighten every screw and keep everything perfectly in place. But the real secret? It's to let go. That's right. Relaxation is the key. It may sound contradictory, but that's the hidden doorway to true manifestation. What you desire doesn't arrive through struggle and stress. It comes when you learn to simply be, calm, peaceful, and centered like a serene lake. In today's video, I'm going to show you how Stoic philosophy makes it abundantly clear. True strength is found in serenity. I'll be revealing 10 powerful lessons that will teach you how to manifest anything you desire by cultivating a calm and tranquil mind. And trust me, you don't want to miss the final lesson. It holds the secret that can leave you speechless. It's especially important in today's chaotic, disorganized world, where no matter how hard we try, there never seems to be enough time or breath left to carry the weight of each day. So why not try something different for once? Just breathe. Let go of the chaos and allow life to unfold naturally. Have you ever noticed how the life of a constantly stressed person never seems to go in the right direction? Probably not. But if you really pay attention to what comes next, you'll begin to see how effortlessly things start aligning. You'll begin to attract what you've longed for without forcing it. The first step is to relax, because what you're seeking is already making its way to you. You're exactly where you need to be. But before diving into the first lesson, I want to share a story with you. A story that will help illuminate the wisdom in what we're about to explore. In a peaceful valley surrounded by soft hills, there lived a young girl named Luna. She was known throughout her village for her uncanny ability to attract the things she desired. But her gift wasn't born out of luck. It came from something far deeper. Luna possessed an unwavering belief in the power of her own mind and emotions. Her grandmother had taught her that thoughts and feelings were like seeds planted in the soil of the mind. If nurtured, they would grow into reality. What you think and what you feel is what you attract, her grandmother would remind her, especially during their time tending the family garden. One day, Luna decided she wanted to transform the barren land surrounding her home into a vibrant, thriving garden. She had no tools, no resources, and no help, but none of that mattered. She sat down on the dry earth, closed her eyes, and began to visualize a lush garden. She imagined bright flowers covering the ground, juicy fruits hanging from trees, and a gentle stream whispering through the landscape. Every day, Luna took time to return to this mental picture. She saw it. She felt it. She could even smell the scent of the flowers, as if they were already there. Though the ground remained dry and lifeless, her faith never wavered. She began to plant small seeds by herself, fully aware that nature takes time to respond, but trusting in the vibration she had set in motion. At first, her neighbors watched with skepticism. "How can she expect anything to grow in such soil?" they whispered. But Luna didn't let their doubts disturb her. She stayed committed to her vision. Then, something incredible happened. Tiny green shoots began to emerge from the earth, and a long dry stream near her home slowly started to flow again. The villagers were stunned, but Luna wasn't. She knew that all of it was the result of her focused intention and unshakable belief in the power of manifestation. One morning, Luna's garden was in full bloom. The flowers glistened with vibrant color, the air was fragrant with sweet aromas, and the trees overflowed with fruit. The stream flowed strong and clear. Her neighbors came to marvel at the transformation and asked how she had managed such a feat. With a smile, Luna told them, "The power of attraction isn't magic. It's believing with your whole heart that what you desire is already yours. You must feel it, see it, and then let the universe do the rest. If you plant the right seeds in your mind and heart, the garden of your dreams will always blossom." From that day on, Luna's story became legend. The little valley was never the same again, because the people began to understand that they too carried within themselves the power to shape their reality. The message of Luna's story is simple but profound. Our thoughts, emotions, and aligned actions are the forces that breathe life into our deepest desires. Now, before we explore the first principle, if you find value in this kind of content, consider subscribing and turning on notifications so you don't miss any updates. Let's begin. Have you ever felt like your mind was a runaway carousel, spinning wildly while you desperately search for just a moment of peace? If so, welcome to the human experience. Most of us, caught in the frantic pace of modern life, have forgotten what it means to simply pause and take a breath. But here's the key. That brief moment of stillness is where the magic of manifestation begins. Strange as it may sound, the more desperately we chase what we want, the more elusive it becomes. When we talk about mental calm, we're not just referring to the light peace you feel after a yoga class or meditation session, though those are great starts. What we're really pointing to is a deeper state of presence, a near stoic stillness where the waves of thought and worry settle and the mind gains clarity. Imagine your mind as a still lake. When the surface is calm, it reflects things clearly, including the visions of what you most desire. But when it's agitated and chaotic, you can't even see your own reflection, let alone any dreams or goals. That's why relaxation isn't a luxury, it's essential. When your mind is at rest, you gain access to your subconscious, the part of you that knows your truest desires and aspirations. Science backs this up. When we relax, our bodies release endorphins and other chemicals that enhance mental clarity, focus, and creative insight. This makes us more open to opportunities we couldn't see before. So what if, instead of constantly rushing and searching, you paused to breathe and center yourself? It's like searching the whole house for your car keys, only to find they were sitting on the dining room table the entire time. You might be wondering, okay, how do I even begin to relax and manifest what I want? Don't worry, I'm not suggesting you climb a mountain to seek enlightenment. Start simple. Practice a breathing exercise. Inhale deeply through your nose, hold for a moment, and exhale slowly through your mouth. Do this several times and notice how your mind begins to clear. Then visualize what you desire. Picture it with such vivid detail that you can almost touch it. This is where the real power of manifestation starts, when your relaxed mind consciously starts building the pathway to your goals. It's like sending a request to the universe from the comfort of your couch without needing to stress and exhaust yourself. And no, this doesn't mean you stop taking action. Action is vital. But what matters is how you act, from a place of inner calm, not panic. As the Stoics wisely said, true strength comes not from force, but from stillness. So before you charge ahead, breathe, relax, and then go conquer your day. You might just be surprised at how everything starts aligning in your favor. Remember, the power of a rested mind isn't just a poetic phrase, it's a life philosophy. And if you live by it, your world can transform. Sometimes doing less brings you more. The next time life feels overwhelming, pause, breathe deeply, relax, and watch how your desires quietly begin to take shape. Because in a world full of noise, real magic happens in silence. As Epictetus beautifully said, it's in the stillness of the mind that we finally hear the voice of the heart. It's there that flow begins and blessings start to arrive. Have you ever noticed just how much energy we waste trying to control every little detail in our lives? From our daily routines to the grand plans we imagine so clearly in our heads, we push and pull at everything, trying to force it into place. And what's the result? Stress, frustration, that helpless feeling of everything slipping through your fingers like water. In this exhausting battle for control, we forget one of life's simplest truths. Sometimes the best thing you can do is let go and let life flow. This is one of the most powerful insights Stoic philosophy offers, a wisdom that seems distant but is deeply practical. It teaches us that control is mostly an illusion. Picture yourself on a roller coaster. You can scream, grip the safety bar as hard as you want, but in the end, the ride is going to move how it's going to move. Resisting it just makes you feel worse. Life is exactly like that, full of twists, turns, and surprises. And if you keep trying to hold on tightly, you miss the beauty of the ride. So what if you tried a different approach, letting go just a little? One powerful way to start is by practicing mindfulness. Now, don't worry. You don't need to sit cross-legged in a dark room and chant. Mindfulness simply means learning to observe life without judgment. For instance, if you're stuck in traffic, instead of getting angry and blaming others, try something different. Breathe. Use the moment to listen to your favorite song or admire the scenery around you. Shift your focus. Suddenly, you're no longer a victim of the situation. You become an observer of your own story. And that, my friend, is a far more empowering role to play. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means trusting life enough to believe that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. Sometimes, stepping back is the most powerful move you can make. Let's say you're stuck in traffic. Instead of losing your temper and criticizing every other driver around you, take a deep breath. Try to enjoy the moment. Put on your favorite song, look out at the view, and shift your mindset. In doing this, instead of falling into frustration, you become more of an observer of your own experience, and that's a much lighter, more freeing way to live. This mindset shift, this act of letting go, can also work wonders in your relationships. Often, when we try to control how other people act or respond, we unknowingly create tension. Here's a truth you might not want to hear. You can't change anyone. No matter how hard you try, it just doesn't work that way. So instead of pushing your friend to behave the way you think they should, why not try embracing them as they are? You can invite them to join you in things that bring you joy, but if they decline, that's okay too. Enjoy your own company and allow others to live and grow at their own pace. Learning to let go is a process. It's not something that happens overnight. Think about when you first learned how to ride a bike. It was scary, awkward, and full of wobbles. You probably fell a few times, but with each attempt, your confidence grew until eventually you could ride freely and actually enjoy the journey. Life is similar. It's about finding that balance and learning how to enjoy the process instead of constantly worrying about where you're headed. When you stop resisting and release the need to micromanage every detail, you create room for peace, growth, and clarity to step in. So, the next time you feel boxed in or overwhelmed, remind yourself to let go. Breathe. Let life move through you instead of trying to grip every moment so tightly. Like the old Stoic saying reminds us, life is a river. Sometimes your best move is to float with the current and enjoy the rhythm. Are you ready to start letting go? Because life is waiting, and it just might surprise you with something beautiful. Have you ever taken a moment to consider the link between gratitude and getting what you want? It might sound like a cliché pulled from a self-help book you'd read on a quiet Sunday morning, but in reality, gratitude and manifestation are like best friends. When they walk hand in hand, they can completely shift your life. Picture this. You're at a party. If you show up with a warm, grateful energy, you're naturally going to attract good conversations and connections. But if you arrive moody and full of complaints, you're likely to end up sulking alone with your plate while everyone else is on the dance floor. So, why not flip the script and start manifesting from a mindset rooted in appreciation? The bond between gratitude and manifestation is as clear and refreshing as spring water. When you recognize and value what you already have, whether it's your morning coffee or that one song that instantly lifts your mood, you open yourself to receiving even more. It's like the universe notices, this one knows how to enjoy life. Let's send more their way. So the next time you find yourself caught in thoughts of scarcity or dissatisfaction, try making a list of everything that currently brings you joy. You'll probably be surprised by how abundant your life already is. Let's get real for a moment about what it means to manifest. No, we're not talking about visualizing your ex knocking at your door with a bouquet of roses, though, hey, to each their own. True manifestation is about intentionally creating a life that mirrors your deepest, most honest desires. It's like painting a masterpiece. If you start from a foundation of gratitude, every color you add becomes richer, every detail more meaningful. This is where that timeless phrase comes in. Relax and manifest all that you desire. But how do you relax when life feels like it's spiraling? This is where Stoic philosophy steps in. The Stoics taught that the path to a fulfilling life isn't found in controlling everything, but in learning to accept what you can't change and focusing on what you can. So when life throws you a challenge, instead of getting wrapped up in anger or stress, see it as a chance to grow. This mental shift does more than just ease your nerves. It builds resilience, and it helps you appreciate even the tough moments. With this mindset, you're already halfway to manifesting the life you want. Now, let's talk practical strategies. One of the simplest yet most effective is keeping a gratitude journal. Each night before bed, write down 3 things you're thankful for. This small act can transform your perspective, helping your mind tune into the positive and opening space for more blessings to flow your way. Another strategy: meditation. You don't need to be a yoga master or chant in Sanskrit. Just sit quietly, let your thoughts float by, and allow yourself to rest. This silence creates the mental space needed to clearly see your desires and align with them. Surrounding yourself with people who also live with gratitude can elevate you too. Positivity is contagious, and when you share your energy with like-minded souls, it fuels your focus and keeps you grounded in your goals. Manifesting from a place of thankfulness isn't just possible, it's powerful. The link between appreciating what you have and attracting what you want is stronger than you think. When you adopt this mindset, you naturally become a magnet for blessings, opportunities, and joy. So the next time life feels like it's holding out on you, turn inward. Look at what's already within and around you. With consistent practice and a touch of Stoic wisdom, you'll find yourself manifesting your desires more effortlessly than ever before. As Gandhi once said, when you're truly grateful for what you have, you open the door to everything that could be. Have you ever found yourself in that phase of life where it feels like the universe has placed you on hold? You're sitting there with your morning coffee, or tea, if that's more your style, quietly wishing things would just start flowing more smoothly. But what if I told you the key to attracting what you want is already within reach? Let's revisit the wisdom of Stoic philosophy, grounded in sincerity and gratitude. Too often, we let the blessings already in our lives go unnoticed because we're fixated on what we think we're missing. It's like tending a garden, but only focusing on the weeds. If all you ever see are the flaws, you'll forget to nurture the beauty that's already blooming. Gratitude is the sunlight and water for that garden. When you're thankful, you're not just enjoying what you have, you're preparing the soil for new opportunities to take root and grow. The relationship between gratitude and manifestation is much like 2 dancers who are completely in sync, always moving together, creating something beautiful in motion. When you start with gratitude, your energy shifts and the universe begins to respond. You're not just sending out a wish, you're aligning yourself with abundance. Gratitude is the signal that tells life, I'm ready for more, and I'm already joyful for what I have. On the flip side, manifesting is like sending a heartfelt letter to the universe, clearly asking for what you desire. But how can you expect the universe to listen if you haven't taken a moment to appreciate what's already in your hands? Here's a simple practice to shift into that space. Start your day by listing 3 things you're grateful for. They don't have to be grand. Maybe it's the comforting taste of a meal your mother made, or that first cup of coffee that lifts you out of bed on challenging mornings. And whenever you catch yourself feeling down or yearning for something you lack, take another look at that list. Let it be a reminder that abundance already exists in your life. It's a lot like going to a buffet. If you just admire the dishes without serving yourself, you'll never experience the joy of tasting them. Now, let's be honest. Gratitude isn't some magic spell that makes all your problems disappear. It doesn't mean turning a blind eye to difficulties or forcing a smile when everything's falling apart. Rather, it's a shift in perspective, a mindset that gives you the resilience to face tough situations with curiosity and grace. When adversity knocks, ask yourself, what is this trying to teach me? Instead of getting stuck in regret, use the moment to grow. That's the heartbeat of Stoic wisdom, not letting external circumstances dictate your inner peace. And in case you've brushed off the phrase "relax and manifest your desires" as just another social media slogan, there's truth in it. Stress and anxiety are like boulders blocking your path to what you seek. But when you ease the tension and begin trusting the process, you naturally become more open to receiving what life wants to give. Remember, the universe moves at its own pace. Sometimes what you've been waiting for shows up when you least expect it. Gratitude acts as a bridge, linking what you already hold with what you're hoping to create. Don't underestimate the quiet power of a grateful heart. It's like holding a lantern in the dark, gently illuminating the road to your dreams. So, take a breath, feel the gratitude, and watch how life starts unfolding its magic. Every step toward thankfulness brings you closer to a richer, more fulfilled life. As Nelson Mandela wisely put it, "He who is grateful for little will soon see that he is given much more." Now let's reflect on something equally powerful, the practice of mindfulness in abundance. Have you ever truly thought about how potent your attention is? Your ability to focus, to be fully present, to not get swept away by the whirlwind of thoughts that crowd your mind. This is a real superpower in today's fast-paced world. It might sound like a self-help cliché, but stay with me. This superpower can become the foundation of your ability to manifest the abundance you deeply crave. The Stoics, with their emphasis on discipline and mental clarity, give us the perfect starting point. Who needs magic when you have the strength to steer your own thoughts? Once you train yourself to be conscious of your mental and emotional patterns, you'll start to notice more opportunities around you. Picture yourself not as someone tossed around by life's waves, but as a captain skillfully navigating your own ship. Tempting, isn't it? So how do you reach that calm and focused state where manifestation thrives? Here's a gentle method. Mindfulness meditation. Think of your mind as a cluttered room. To make space, all you need to do is crack open a window and let in fresh air. Start by finding a peaceful corner, not a fancy retreat, just somewhere you won't be disturbed. Sit down, rest your hands on your knees, close your eyes, and take a deep breath in through your nose. Hold it for a moment, then slowly exhale through your mouth. Do this a few times. Each breath becomes a quiet release, lifting the weight of your worries. As your breathing finds a rhythm, begin to visualize your goals. Imagine them vividly, down to the smallest details, and feel the joy of already having them. Let your imagination roam freely. If your mind wanders off, perhaps urging you to check your phone, gently guide it back to your breath. Mindfulness is a practice. It doesn't demand that you erase all thoughts. It simply asks you to be aware of where your attention goes. After a few minutes, start with 5 and extend as you feel ready. Open your eyes. Sit with the feeling. Embrace the calm that has settled in. This ritual doesn't just soothe your nerves, it primes you to see and welcome opportunities that might have slipped by unnoticed before. It's like tidying up your mental space so you can finally spot all the possibilities waiting to enter. So why not begin today? Allow yourself to slow down and let abundance come to you. This isn't just about wishing, it's about preparing your inner world to receive. Because if you're always sprinting through life, how will you notice when the golden moment arrives? Here's something to consider. Abundance isn't a finish line, it's a journey, one that begins with awareness. Take a breath and let that settle in. Now, let's talk about sleep. Yes, the underrated powerhouse of manifestation. Have you noticed how, just before falling into deep sleep, your mind becomes a playground for brilliant ideas? That semi-dream state, where you're neither fully awake nor entirely asleep, is like sacred ground, a space where possibilities stretch wide open. But here's the thing. You need to be able to relax to access that space. Think of life as a movie, and you're the lead character. Grab your pillow, and let's explore what it means to dream big. Imagine your mind as a lush garden. If you care for it, planting positive intentions and clearing out the mental weeds, it will reward you with wonder. But if stress and anxiety take over, those weeds will quickly strangle your dreams. That's exactly what happens when you resist relaxing. Here's where Stoic philosophy comes to your rescue. Its message of serenity in the face of challenges reminds you that you can choose peace, even amid the chaos. So instead of spiraling over what you haven't yet achieved, take a deep breath. Treat sleep as the rich soil in which you can sow your dreams. Let's dive deeper into the power of REM sleep. During this phase, your brain is actually more active than when you're awake. It's a thrill ride of thoughts and insights. That's the moment to anchor powerful intentions. When you go to bed with your desires clearly in mind, you're whispering them into the fabric of the universe. But it's not just about stating your wants. You have to ease your mind so those intentions can truly take root. Try this before sleep. Meditate or simply breathe deeply. No need for elaborate rituals. Just close your eyes, feel your body, and let your thoughts gently drift. Make it a soothing routine, maybe a warm cup of tea, soft music, or writing in a journal. This practice creates a bridge from your current state to the life you're visualizing. And if you're still skeptical, let me offer this. Dream big, but take small steps. Want to write a book? Don't wait for a publisher. Start with 1 page a day. These small, steady actions will make your dreams feel real, and you'll be nurturing the soil where your biggest desires can bloom. In the end, the secret to manifesting doesn't lie in dramatic rituals. It's tucked into those quiet moments before sleep, where you release the day's burdens and give your imagination room to breathe. That's where your visions take flight. As Marcus Aurelius expressed in his Meditations, it's in the nighttime stillness, where dreams meet intention, that true creation begins. Now let's greet the morning. Mornings, the quiet, often overlooked miracle that rolls in with the sunrise. You open your eyes and realize whether or not you hit snooze, the world keeps turning. But what if I told you that those early hours are the golden window for attracting all that you desire? That's right. And no, it's not just the Stoics who sip tea and meditate at dawn. You too can create your own sacred morning ritual. So take a deep breath and let's uncover how to manifest from the moment you rise. Every morning is like a fresh canvas. Now, if you were to hand that canvas over to a child with a palette full of paint, you might end up with a wild swirl of colors that, while energetic, lack intention and clarity. But you are the artist of your life. You choose the colors, the shapes, the direction, and with focus, you can create a masterpiece. This is where your morning routine becomes essential. It's your palette, your way of channeling mental and emotional energy with intention. The concept is simple. Begin your day with actions that calm your body and focus your mind. That doesn't mean you have to leap out of bed at 5 a.m. and do yoga on a mountain peak. No, thank you. It can be as unassuming as taking a few deep breaths or quietly sipping your morning coffee while gazing out of the window. What matters isn't how extravagant the ritual is, it's the intention behind it. When you take this time, you send a powerful message to your mind and the universe. I am open, I am ready, and I am aligned with what I seek. Let's get into some practical approaches. First, there's visualization. Close your eyes and bring into your mind a vivid image of what you want to achieve. Focus on the details, the colors, the sounds, even the sensations. Like a Stoic reflecting deeply on life, you project this vision inward. And whenever you feel trapped by the mundane rhythm of routine, revisit that internal image. Another potent ritual is the practice of gratitude. As soon as you wake up, reflect on 3 things that you're truly grateful for. It doesn't just lift the fog of early morning, it shifts your energy toward positivity. Gratitude, in essence, acts like a magnet for all that is good and abundant. And then there's movement. No, this doesn't require running a marathon at sunrise, unless that's your thing. It can be as light as a short stroll, a gentle stretch, or an impromptu dance in your living room. Physical movement releases endorphins, clears mental clutter, and energizes your body. It's a win on all fronts. Every single morning is another shot at starting fresh. And when you begin your day with calm, focused intention, you'll notice the universe slowly rearranging itself to meet you halfway. So tomorrow morning, instead of stumbling like a half-asleep zombie toward your coffee, consider building your own ritual. You may be surprised by how much more you attract simply by showing up intentionally. As Brian Tracy wisely put it, if you don't start today building your dreams, tomorrow will only bring more of the same. Have you ever felt like life is working against you? You sit down to focus on your goals, but your mind is flooded with noise and endless distractions, like a TV channel stuck on commercials. It's incredibly easy to lose sight of your true intentions amid the daily whirlwind. This is where calm visualization can become a game changer. So let's take a moment, slow down, and begin to manifest what we actually want. Creative visualization is like booking a first-class ticket to the life you desire. But all too often, you end up cramped in economy class, squeezed between anxiety and stress. Trying to visualize your dreams without first relaxing is like trying to inflate a balloon that's tied in a knot. It just won't work. Let's unpack this a bit. You've probably heard the phrase, "Relax and you'll manifest what you want." Sounds like something from a dusty old self-help book, right? But here's the truth. When you're deeply relaxed, your mind becomes fertile ground for new possibilities. It's as if a portal opens, inviting the universe in. Start by finding a quiet, cozy space, whether it's your favorite corner at home or a peaceful park nearby. What matters is that you step away from the noise and chaos. Sit comfortably. Close your eyes. Breathe in deeply through your nose and out through your mouth. Do this until your mind begins to settle, like a turbulent sea returning to stillness. Once you're in that state of calm, start visualizing your goal. Picture it like a movie playing out in front of you, but you're the star. What are you doing? Who are you with? How do you feel? The more detail you bring in, the more effective your visualization becomes. You're painting your future with your imagination, and the brush is in your hands. Don't rush or get discouraged if you don't see results overnight. Stoic philosophy reminds us that while some things are within our control, others are not. Visualization isn't a magic wand. It doesn't make dreams appear instantly. But when combined with steady action, it becomes a powerful guiding force. If the results take time, be patient. Remember, even the finest dishes require time and care to prepare. So, are you willing to give this relaxed visualization method a try? The magic lies in reaching that inner stillness, in painting your future with clarity and emotion, and in trusting the process. Like a fine wine, your dreams need time to mature. This isn't just poetic fluff. Seneca himself spoke of it centuries ago. As he put it, great achievements are born from a calm mind and an open heart. Now, let's talk about something right under your nose. Literally. Have you ever been overwhelmed by thoughts, like your mind was stuck on a channel playing nothing but noise? Modern life is a constant storm of stress and stimuli, but hidden in plain sight is a powerful tool: conscious breathing. No, you don't need to retreat to the Himalayas to find peace. You can simply pause, breathe, and feel your life begin to shift. Conscious breathing isn't just some feel-good phrase from a motivational talk. It's a real grounded technique that reduces stress and sharpens your focus. Think of your mind like a car that's always speeding. If you never take your foot off the gas, you're going to crash eventually. Conscious breathing acts as the brake. Every deep breath fills your body with oxygen, and every exhale carries out stress, tension, and clutter. It's like doing a spring cleaning for your thoughts. Suddenly, the floor is clear, and you remember where your keys are. Here's the deeper connection. Often, our desires feel light years away from our current reality. We want more fulfilling relationships, a meaningful job, or maybe just guilt-free pizza. But instead of aligning our actions with these desires, we procrastinate and say, "I'll start tomorrow." That's where conscious breathing steps in as your secret ally. Taking time to breathe deeply helps quiet your mind and organize your thoughts. The Stoics deeply understood the value of calm in decision-making. Life, after all, is a chain of choices, and each one should align with your deepest intentions. Instead of letting the chaos drown you, pause and breathe. Each inhale pulls you closer to what you want. Each exhale pushes away doubt and delay. It's like every breath draws a mental map, connecting your dreams to real-world action. Your intentions are seeds. Without water, your attention, your focus, they won't grow. Conscious breathing is the water that nurtures them. With consistent practice, your dreams begin to blossom. This technique isn't just about feeling calm. It ensures your actions stay rooted in what you truly want. So next time stress floods your thoughts or your goals seem to fade, remember, it starts with a breath. Give your mind a breather and watch how clarity rises from the chaos. After all, your mind, just like a parachute, only works when it's open. Let's finish with something we rarely consider but so desperately need: silence. In a world where volume seems to equate to importance, where cars honk, phones buzz, and people compete to be heard, it's easy to forget how powerful stillness can be. But silence isn't emptiness. It's an invitation to listen, to yourself and to the universe. If you truly want to manifest what your heart desires, silence becomes your gateway. And while it might sound strange to say silence connects you to the universe, the Stoics believed this to their core. They knew that stillness is a sanctuary for the soul. I'm not talking about mystical voices or visions. I mean a quiet mind tuned into the subtle signs around you. A practice where chaos fades and clarity begins. Silence allows us to truly hear, to recognize what we often overlook in the noise. And when you step into stillness, you give yourself the chance to reconnect with the world and your purpose in it. In the end, it's not about escaping the world, it's about finding peace within it. And it starts with silence. Stoic philosophy reminds us of the value in finding calm amid life's storms. It teaches us to slow down, to listen to ourselves, and to reflect deeply. If you take just a moment to sit in complete silence, free from distractions, you might start to notice subtle ways the universe is trying to communicate with you, ways you may never have imagined. At this point, you might be asking yourself, how in the world am I supposed to manifest everything I desire just by sitting in silence? The secret lies in the power of focused attention. Think of your mind as an old radio, one that only plays clearly when it's precisely tuned to the right frequency. When you give yourself space for quiet, you're adjusting that mental frequency, opening yourself up to receive clearer guidance and signals from the universe. Trying to hear your inner truth while surrounded by chaos is like attempting to enjoy your favorite song at a music festival. Impossible with all the noise around. But the moment you step away from the noise, even just a little, the sound becomes sharp and unmistakable. One powerful way to nurture this inner stillness is through meditation. You don't have to become a monk or commit to hours of stillness. Just 5 minutes a day, sitting quietly, closing your eyes and focusing on your breath. Inhale, exhale, repeat, can melt the outside noise and bring you back to center. You'll be amazed at the clarity that arises in such short moments of intentional peace. Another beautiful gateway to silence is nature. Natural surroundings have an unmatched ability to quiet the mind. A walk through a field or simply sitting quietly in a park can offer a perfect space for reflection. Let the birdsong, the rustle of leaves, and the gentle whispers of the wind guide you inward. Nature connects us to something greater, something ancient and wise, if we simply pause long enough to appreciate it. Writing is another powerful tool for accessing this state of awareness. Keeping a journal can serve as a sacred space for emptying your thoughts without judgment. On paper, your desires and reflections have room to breathe. The act of writing becomes a way to speak with the universe, to clarify your thoughts, and to uncover deeper truths about yourself. It is freeing to give your inner voice a place to be heard. So, breathe. Yes, you heard that right. Let go of the pressure to control everything all the time. Life might often feel like a race, but it doesn't have to be. Allow yourself to simply exist. In doing so, you'll begin to notice how things quietly fall into place. The next time you feel overwhelmed by the endless noise of the world, remember, silence is not merely the absence of sound. It's a chance to reconnect with your essence and with the wisdom of the universe. In this noisy, fast-paced world, moments of quiet can become your most powerful tool for manifestation. So, take a deep breath. Turn down the volume of your inner chatter. And just listen, because the universe is whispering. As Epictetus once said, in silence, the universe whispers its secrets. Have you ever experienced being ghosted? You thought everything was going smoothly, and then out of nowhere she vanishes. No messages, no explanations, leaving you confused and wondering what went wrong. Or maybe she's inconsistent with her attention. One day, she's incredibly affectionate, and the next, she's completely distant. It drives you crazy, doesn't it? Let's get brutally honest here. Many women play emotional games, and if you can't recognize those games or figure out how to respond to them, you'll find yourself stuck in a cycle of frustration, confusion, and emotional pain. But here's the truth. It's not your fault these games exist. However, it is your responsibility to learn how to navigate them. What I'm going to share with you today are 10 powerful, foolproof strategies to help you stay one step ahead when dealing with women who toy with your heart. And no, this isn't about manipulating anyone. This is about mastering yourself through the ancient wisdom of Stoicism. It's about becoming the calm in the chaos, the grounded, unshakable man who cannot be emotionally controlled. So prepare yourself, because what we're about to dive into has the potential to transform the way you approach relationships forever. Before we jump into those 10 Stoic strategies, let's be clear on one important thing. Why do women engage in these emotional games in the first place? Why do they suddenly go silent, lead you on with little bits of affection, or keep you stuck in a state of emotional uncertainty? The answer is simple. They're testing your emotional resilience. They want to know if they can sway you, manipulate your emotions, and cause you to question yourself. And once they see that they can, the game is over. You've lost. You'll lose their respect, and instead of being the one in control, you'll be the one chasing their validation. Here's the good news. You don't have to play their game. Rather than becoming a pawn in someone else's emotional drama, you can become the master of your own internal world. Through Stoicism, you can train yourself to stay calm, centered, and in control, no matter what emotional tactic she tries. This isn't just about succeeding in romantic relationships. It's about reclaiming your personal power and refusing to be manipulated. It's about becoming a man who fully understands his value. So if you're tired of being led around emotionally, if you're done playing the fool in someone else's story, and you're ready to regain your strength, stay with me. These 10 Stoic principles are about to shift the way you see everything. Let's start with emotional detachment. This is the foundation for everything else. To detach emotionally does not mean you stop caring altogether. It means that you no longer allow your emotions to rule you. You're not controlled by every fluctuation in someone else's behavior. You stop being reactive. Most guys lose it the moment a woman starts pulling away or acting distant. They get anxious, overanalyze every little thing, and rush to fix whatever they think went wrong. But let's be real. This is often just a test. She's watching to see how you'll handle the pressure, and when you start chasing her, desperate for her attention, you're failing the test. What you need to do instead is remain emotionally steady. Whether she's blowing up your phone with texts or completely ghosting you for days, your emotional state should remain consistent. You are calm. You are balanced. You are unaffected by her emotional highs and lows. And the more you practice this kind of detachment, the more attractive you actually become, because nothing draws people in more than someone who exudes emotional stability. It shows strength, and strength is magnetic. When you refuse to be shaken, you become someone who's impossible to play. Now let's talk about recognizing her behavioral patterns, because once you start paying attention, you'll see the same emotional tactics pop up over and over again. This matters because behavior patterns reveal intent, and when you can identify a pattern, the entire game becomes predictable, and predictability gives you power. Let's break it down with a classic example: hot and cold behavior. One day she's texting you non-stop, telling you how amazing you are, and even talking about the future. Then, suddenly, nothing. She becomes distant, distracted, maybe even cold. That roller coaster is not an accident. It's a deliberate push-pull strategy. She's doing it to test whether you'll chase her when she backs away. Most guys fall right into the trap. They panic, start over-texting, asking if everything's okay, trying to fix what they think is broken. But not you. You're going to recognize this for what it is, a test of emotional strength. And instead of reacting, you'll stay steady. You'll let her be the one to reach out. When you refuse to react emotionally to her inconsistent behavior, you completely change the dynamic. Suddenly, she's the one wondering why you didn't bite the bait, why you didn't chase. And let's be clear, this isn't always malicious. Sometimes women do this without even realizing it. It's a subconscious test of your confidence and composure, but whether it's intentional or not, the effect is the same. And your response should always be rooted in emotional discipline. Another behavioral pattern you need to be aware of is the breadcrumbing tactic. This happens when a woman gives you just enough attention to keep you engaged, but never actually commits to anything meaningful. You might get the occasional flirty text or vague agreement to meet up, but when it's time to solidify plans, she suddenly becomes unavailable or unresponsive. This is a calculated move meant to keep you emotionally invested, spending your time and energy, all while she avoids making any real commitment in return. So, how do you deal with breadcrumbing? The answer is simple. You call it out in a composed and emotionally detached manner. You might say something like, "Look, I'm not here for half-hearted attention. If you're not genuinely interested in spending time together, that's completely fine, but I'm not going to stick around waiting." You deliver this message without anger, without frustration, and most importantly, without chasing. By doing this, you make it clear that you have self-respect and are unwilling to accept anything less than what you truly deserve. Setting firm boundaries is crucial, and doing it early on is even more important. Boundaries are not just a means of self-protection, they are a statement of self-respect. Here's the hard truth. If you fail to set clear boundaries at the beginning of a relationship, you're essentially signaling to her that it's acceptable to disrespect or walk over you. A lot of men shy away from drawing those lines because they worry it will scare women off. But here's the reality. Women are drawn to boundaries. Why? Because boundaries reflect that you value and respect yourself, and that kind of self-assurance is magnetic. Now, how do you set boundaries in a way that doesn't come across as overbearing or insecure? It starts with understanding that boundaries are about your own well-being. It's not about telling her what she can or cannot do. It's about expressing what you need in order to feel respected and emotionally safe. For example, if she frequently cancels plans at the last minute or ghosts you with no explanation, don't ignore it or pretend it doesn't bother you. Instead, bring it up in a calm and straightforward way. You might say, "I've noticed you've been canceling plans a lot lately. I really value consistency. If you're not interested in making this work, that's okay, but I'm not comfortable with this back and forth." This isn't an accusation or an attack. It's a mature and clear communication of your expectations. And here's where it becomes powerful. When you set boundaries from a place of genuine self-respect, you create a scenario where she either adjusts and starts respecting you, or she walks away. Either outcome is a win for you because you've preserved your emotional integrity and avoided being dragged into a disrespectful dynamic. Let's look at a common scenario where boundaries are absolutely necessary. Say you're seeing a woman who likes to flirt with other guys in front of you. She may be doing it to provoke jealousy or to test how much you care. Most guys either explode in anger or sit there fuming in silence. But that's not you. You remain composed, and when the moment is right, you calmly take her aside and say something like, "Look, I'm not into these kinds of games. If you're interested in other guys, that's totally your choice. But I'm not going to be part of that." You're not reacting emotionally. You're not starting a scene. You're simply communicating a boundary and making it clear that if it's not respected, you're ready to walk away. When it comes to mind games, nothing makes a stronger impact than staying calm under pressure. Many women will test a man's composure to see if they can provoke a reaction. They might talk about their ex, flirt with someone else in front of you, or make passive-aggressive comments, all designed to push your buttons. Most men fall for it and react exactly how she expects, with jealousy, anger, or insecurity. But you're going to take the Stoic approach. When she tries to test you emotionally, you stay calm, collected, and completely unfazed. Why does this approach work? Because when you don't react, it takes away her power in the situation. She expects a reaction, a blow-up, a jealous remark, a defensive argument. But when you remain unshaken, the dynamic shifts. You're sending a message that she doesn't have control over your emotions. Here's an example. Let's say during a conversation, she casually mentions her ex. "My ex used to take me to this amazing restaurant." Or, "I had the best summer with my ex." She's trying to trigger insecurity or jealousy. Most guys would respond with something like, "I don't want to hear about your ex," or, "Why are you still talking about him?" But not you. You keep your cool and respond with something like, "That's cool. I'm sure he was a great guy." You're not giving her the emotional reaction she's fishing for, and that unpredictability throws her off. Now picture another situation. She's flirting with another man in a group setting. Most guys would try to compete for attention or lash out at her for being disrespectful. But the Stoic response is different. You stay composed, even if it stings a bit inside. You don't try to one-up the other guy, and you don't confront her in a reactive way. You just observe. If she's doing this to get your attention, your indifference will confuse her. She'll start wondering why it's not affecting you, and that's when the power dynamic begins to shift in your favor. The core principle is simple. Never allow your emotions to dictate your behavior. When you maintain your calm under pressure, you demonstrate that you are grounded, self-controlled, and not easily rattled. And that kind of inner strength is extremely attractive. One of the biggest mistakes guys make in relationships is losing focus on their long-term goals. They get caught up in the moment, constantly chasing short-term validation. Whether it's the thrill of her attention, the temporary fix of resolving an argument, or the emotional high of her affection. But Stoicism teaches us to look beyond the immediate and keep our eyes on the bigger picture. Many men lose their sense of direction in relationships because they get caught up in seeking instant gratification. They chase after the emotional high of her attention, the comfort of her affection, or the quick relief of resolving conflict. But the principles of Stoicism teach us to focus on the long term. When you commit to your long-term aspirations, you naturally stop fixating on the daily emotional roller coaster that relationships can sometimes bring. Think of it like this. If you're building a solid career, improving your physical health, and pursuing personal development, you simply don't have the bandwidth for trivial emotional games. Your time and mental energy are too valuable to be wasted on such distractions. Adopting this mindset brings two powerful changes. First, you become less reactive because you're not relying solely on her attention for emotional fulfillment. Second, you instantly become more appealing because there's nothing more magnetic than a man who's chasing purpose. Imagine you're dating a woman and things are progressing smoothly. Then suddenly she starts to retreat, texts less frequently, cancels plans, and appears emotionally distant. Most guys would immediately spiral, overanalyzing everything, becoming clingy and bending over backward to fix things. They become overly available and lose their self-respect in the process. But a man who's focused on his long-term goals doesn't panic. He stays grounded because he understands that his worth isn't defined by whether or not she's showing him affection. He's busy constructing his future, evolving and staying aligned with his personal mission. If she chooses to be part of that journey, that's great. But if not, he doesn't lose sleep over it. When you prioritize your long-term vision, you grow more emotionally self-sufficient. You no longer need her approval to feel confident or worthy, because that validation comes from your achievements, your discipline, and your continual growth. And here's the twist. When she notices that you're not chasing after her or getting wrapped up in emotional tug-of-war, her interest often intensifies. Why? Because you're not like the other guys waiting by the phone. You're the one building something bigger than drama. You're the man whose time is too valuable for emotional games. Another major pitfall many men fall into is emotional retaliation. It's a common trap. She might do something that stings, flirt with another guy, ignore your texts, or act hot and cold. Your gut reaction might be to get even. Maybe you start flirting with someone else to get back at her, or you suddenly pull away to make her chase you. Let's be clear, this never works. The moment you start reacting emotionally, you've already lost the upper hand. Why? Because she's now in control. You've allowed her actions to dictate yours, and that hands her all the power. A man rooted in Stoicism doesn't retaliate emotionally because he knows that emotional reactivity is a weakness. Instead, he chooses to respond with quiet detachment. If she ghosts him, he doesn't spiral or seek revenge. He simply pulls back his attention and reinvests it in himself. If she tries to make him jealous, he doesn't fall into the trap. He stays composed and carries on with his life. Picture this. You're at a social gathering with a woman you've been seeing, and she starts openly flirting with another guy. Most men would react in one of two ways. They'd either confront her in a heated moment or try to outdo her by flirting with someone else. But both of these reactions stem from insecurity. Instead, you choose not to react. You remain calm and let her play her game without participating. This response frustrates her because she realizes she no longer has emotional leverage over you. By refusing to retaliate emotionally, you maintain full control of the situation. You're sending a powerful signal: I won't be manipulated. And the beauty of this approach is that the game loses its power. She'll either stop playing or realize you're someone who can't be easily controlled. Either way, you come out on top. Now let's talk about communication. It's the foundation of any strong relationship, yet many people struggle with it. They either dodge difficult conversations entirely or approach them with so much emotion that it leads to fights, misunderstandings, and unnecessary chaos. But a Stoic man knows how to express himself clearly and assertively without allowing his emotions to cloud his message. The key is to communicate your boundaries and expectations calmly. When you're dealing with a woman who's playing games or acting inconsistently, you don't need to raise your voice or create drama. You simply express your thoughts with poise and clarity. For example, if she's been distant or unpredictable, most guys either explode or try to suppress their feelings until they eventually blow up. But you approach the situation differently. You say something like, "Hey, I've noticed you've been acting a bit differently lately. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'd like to know if there's something we should talk about. See how there's no accusation, no emotional charge, and no neediness? You're just being observant and opening the door for honest dialogue. This approach catches her off guard because you're not acting out of desperation or emotion. You're coming from a place of steady confidence. And that kind of energy is incredibly appealing. When you speak with clarity and firmness, you create the tone and standard for how the relationship will operate. You show her that you're not the kind of man who avoids confrontation or lets problems simmer beneath the surface. You're direct, mature, and unafraid to bring things into the open. By doing this, you're establishing a relationship dynamic rooted in honesty and mutual respect, not one built on manipulation or power plays. You're letting her know that mind games have no place here, and that communication is something you take seriously. That kind of presence not only calms the storm, but prevents future drama from ever starting. At the core of it all, you have to put your own well-being first. This isn't just a motivational catchphrase, it's a fundamental truth. The most important relationship you'll ever have isn't with her or anyone else. It's the one you have with yourself. And yet, so many men forget this when they get tangled up in emotional mind games or manipulative behavior. If you're constantly feeling stressed, uneasy, or like you're tiptoeing around someone else's moods, then something's wrong. It's a clear sign that you're allowing things into your life that don't belong there. No relationship, no matter how attractive, exciting, or passionate, is worth giving up your peace of mind, your sense of self, or your mental health. The moment you sacrifice your own needs and emotional stability to keep someone else happy, you've already handed over your power. This isn't about being selfish or dismissing the feelings of others. It's about finding the balance where your well-being isn't constantly being undermined. Ironically, when you prioritize your own health, growth, and emotional grounding, you become far more appealing to women. They gravitate toward men who know their worth, who don't waver when things get unstable, and who maintain a strong internal compass. This doesn't just apply to romantic connections, it spills into every corner of your life. Whether it's your career, your friendships, or your family, the standard remains: protect your peace. Picture this. You're dating a woman who keeps sending you mixed signals. One moment she's affectionate, and the next she's cold and distant. Naturally, you start to question everything, wondering what you might have done wrong, possibly even adjusting your own behavior to match her ever-changing mood. That's the trap. Before long, you're no longer living in your own lane. You're walking on emotional eggshells. And that's when you need to stop and ask yourself, what is this doing to my mental state? If the answer is anything short of positive, it's time to step back. Pull your energy away. Recenter yourself. Do things that lift you up. Hit the gym. Focus on that project you've been passionate about. Spend time with people who genuinely support you. You owe yourself that much. Protecting your mental space isn't optional. It's essential. And here's the twist. The moment you remove her from the center of your universe and refocus on yourself, everything changes. One of two things will happen. She'll either realize you're not someone she can push around and start respecting you more, or she'll disappear entirely because she no longer has control over you. In both scenarios, you come out on top. Either you've distanced yourself from someone who wasn't bringing value to your life, or you've taken back the reins and re-established the power dynamic on your terms. Men today are constantly bombarded with the idea that they have to put a woman's emotional needs ahead of their own, like being a good man means being a doormat. That's false. Looking after your emotional, mental, and physical health isn't selfish. It's survival, And not just survival, it's magnetic. When you demonstrate that your inner peace is sacred and untouchable, you immediately earn more respect and desire. So the next time you feel like someone's behavior is threatening your peace, ask yourself this: is this truly worth the cost to my well-being? If the answer is no, then it's time to recalibrate. Reclaim your energy and pour it into what really counts: yourself. Let me tell you something most men don't want to hear. Patience is your ultimate weapon when dealing with women who play emotional games. I know you want clarity now. You want answers. You want certainty immediately. But the reality is, women will often test your patience. They want to know if you can handle the gray areas, the unpredictability. And in a world where everyone is addicted to instant replies and constant communication, the man who can remain patient stands out like a lighthouse in a storm. He's rare, he's valuable, he's unshakable. If she doesn't reply to your message within a few minutes, you don't lose it. If she cancels plans last minute, you don't explode with frustration. Instead, you maintain your composure, you let things unfold, and you stay grounded. Because here's the deal: women will test your patience. Sometimes intentionally, sometimes without realizing it. They'll delay their responses, go quiet for days, just to see how you'll react. Will you panic? Will you chase? Will you crumble under the pressure? Sadly, most guys do. They start firing off double texts, asking if everything's okay, trying to fix what they assume is broken. But not you. You're different. You've mastered patience. So the next time she plays one of those games, don't react. Do nothing. Give her the space. Let her come to you. And trust me, she will. She'll notice that you didn't flinch. She'll wonder why you didn't chase. And that's the moment the dynamic shifts. Why? Because now you've demonstrated something powerful. You don't need her validation to feel secure. You're not emotionally fragile. You've got a life, a full one, and you're not putting it on pause just because she's pulling back. This makes you a challenge, and let's be real, women love a challenge. But this kind of patience isn't just about dating. It's a mindset. It's about resisting the urge to react to every little emotional spike. It's about delaying gratification, about recognizing that the best things in life, whether it's in love, success, or self-mastery, don't come instantly. They take time. When you adopt this level of patience, you rise above the drama. You stop chasing things that don't benefit you in the long term. You stop reacting impulsively to every small emotional shift. You break free from the constant emotional turbulence that traps so many men. A Stoic man understands that the best things in life require time. He's not rushing. He's not acting out of desperation. He's committed to the long-term vision. And in the end, the long game always wins. While other men are out there scrambling for attention and craving instant approval, you remain composed, allowing life to unfold while staying sharply focused on your personal goals. But understand this: patience doesn't mean waiting around endlessly without action. It means having the discipline to wait for the right opportunity before making your move. Whether it's in love, career, or personal development, patience equips you to act strategically and with intention, moves that create lasting success, not just momentary satisfaction. Now let's talk about one of the most powerful choices you can make: knowing when to walk away. This is where the real strength lies. There's a saying, the most powerful position you can have is the ability to walk away and truly mean it. If you take away just one thing from this entire message, let it be this: mastering the ability to walk away is your greatest power move. It's the final card, the ultimate show of strength, and most men are too scared to use it. But the moment you do, everything changes. Here's the reality. Not every woman deserves your time, your energy, or your emotional investment. If she's constantly playing games, keeping you on the hook, disrespecting your time, or treating you like a second option, you need to be ready to walk away. Not out of spite, not with loud arguments or emotional outbursts, but with steady, quiet confidence. When you choose to walk away, you're sending a clear message. I don't need your approval to validate my worth. You're showing that you have choices, that your self-respect matters more than someone else's inconsistent affection. And here's the unexpected truth. Many times, the moment you walk away, she'll start chasing you. Why? Because walking away is the strongest form of self-respect, and women are naturally drawn to men who value themselves. But let's not get it twisted. Walking away should never be used as a manipulative trick to get her attention. It's not a game, it's a declaration. It's saying, I'm done with the back and forth. If you're serious about being a part of my life, that's great. But if not, I'm completely fine moving on without you. If she's constantly canceling plans, texting other guys, or treating you with disregard, you respond calmly and directly. You let her know, I'm not interested in being part of this cycle. If you're serious, let me know. If not, I'm out. No yelling, no bitterness, no drama, just cool, unwavering self-respect. And then you walk. You don't check up on her social media. You don't send follow-up texts. You shift your focus back to yourself, to your goals, and to your peace of mind. And here's the cold truth. You might walk away and never hear from her again. She might not come back, but that's okay. Because by walking away, you've already won. You've preserved your dignity. You've protected your mental peace. You've kept your self-worth intact. And believe me, those things are infinitely more valuable than holding on to a relationship that chips away at your soul. Why is walking away so powerful? Because most men can't do it. They fear losing her. They fear being alone. But when you walk away, you're announcing to the world, I'm not afraid. I know who I am, I know what I bring to the table, and I refuse to accept anything less than what I deserve. That kind of quiet certainty is rare, and it's magnetic. The best part? When you walk away, you take your power back. You reclaim control over your emotions, your happiness, and your life. You stop letting someone else dictate your mood, your confidence, or your direction. That, my friend, is the essence of true strength. So, there it is. 10 powerful, practical, and transformative principles to navigate relationships when you're dealing with emotional manipulation and mind games. But these aren't just relationship tactics, they are life strategies. When you cultivate emotional detachment, set firm boundaries, maintain your composure, protect your well-being, exercise patience, and master the ability to walk away, you become a man who is grounded, unshakable, and deeply respected. Keep in mind, this isn't about deceiving women or playing head games. It's about self-mastery. It's about becoming the man who leads his life, not the one who is led by circumstances or emotions. When you step into that version of yourself, you naturally attract women who respect your presence, value your consistency, and refuse to play games because they know you won't tolerate it. But this is just the start. These principles are your foundation, your launchpad toward becoming your highest self. The real journey begins now. Keep evolving, keep sharpening your mindset, keep living with purpose and power. Apply these truths not just in your relationships, but in your work, your habits, and your goals, everywhere. Marcus Aurelius once emphasized that true power resides not in the external events around us, but within our minds. This understanding gives us the strength to navigate a world where emotions can often feel like tumultuous waves. But how can we find our anchor amidst this storm? In this video, we will delve into 7 Stoic lessons that offer us the key to mastering our emotions and navigating through life's challenges with wisdom and unwavering calmness. Before we dive in, I'd like to ask if you could please like the video. This helps us spread the powerful philosophy of Stoicism. If you haven't subscribed yet, I highly recommend subscribing and activating the notification bell so you never miss any of our inspiring content. As always, be a person of virtue. Take a firm grasp of these teachings and watch until the end to fully understand what is within your control. Have you ever found yourself caught in a storm in life, whether due to unexpected events, disappointments, or sudden changes? The Stoic philosophers of ancient Greece and Rome offer us a safe haven during these storms, particularly through the concept of the dichotomy of control. For example, if you've ever planned an outdoor event and it begins to rain, you realize you cannot control the weather. However, you can control how you respond. You can choose to be frustrated and upset, or you can adapt and view the rain as a refreshing change. According to Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, some things are under our control and others are not. This simple truth allows us to transform our lives by recognizing that while we can influence certain aspects of life, many things are beyond our control. The Stoics believe that our well-being does not depend on external events, but on how we interpret and react to them. For instance, losing a job might initially seem like a disaster, but over time you may realize it was a blessing in disguise, leading to personal growth or even a better opportunity. To put this into practice, start by asking yourself, can I control this? If the answer is yes, then take action. If the answer is no, it's an opportunity to practice acceptance and adaptability. Understanding this principle frees us from unnecessary distress and helps us approach life with calmness. We may not be able to control the winds, but we can always adjust our sails. In a chaotic world, the dichotomy of control provides clarity, helping us focus our energy where it truly matters. The second lesson is about the power of reflection before reacting. In today's fast-paced digital world, where immediacy is often celebrated, the art of reflection may seem outdated. However, this act of pausing and contemplating becomes our anchor in a world that demands quick answers. Consider the many decisions we face every day, from choosing a meal to planning a career. When you receive a message that stirs your emotions, perhaps a colleague questioning your work or a casual comment from a friend, your instinctive reaction might be defensive or angry. But what if instead of diving into a hasty response, you took a step back and allowed yourself a moment of detachment? This is not about suppressing emotions, but rather about giving them space to be understood. Reflection is an active engagement with our thoughts and feelings, where we ask probing questions. Why did this happen? Why does it affect me so deeply? What beliefs or past experiences are influencing my emotions? Is my immediate reaction rooted in the present situation, or is it shaped by past baggage? Reflection also promotes empathy, helping us consider other perspectives. Perhaps that colleague had a stressful day, or maybe the friend didn't realize the weight of their words. In relationships, this practice is vital. How many misunderstandings could be avoided if we took the time to reflect before reacting? How many bridges could be built through thoughtful reflection? Taking a moment to reflect offers clarity, compassion, and deeper connection. In professional environments, the ability to pause and ponder is an invaluable trait in leaders. Those who reflect before making decisions are often more respected and effective, seen as thoughtful individuals whose choices stem from careful consideration. In a world constantly in motion and accelerating, the act of reflection is a quiet yet powerful form of resistance, a declaration that we will not be swept away by the currents of immediacy. It's a commitment to our well-being, the quality of our interactions, and the deepening of our wisdom. The third lesson is about cultivating detachment. In a world filled with emotional turbulence, practicing detachment is essential. This doesn't mean suppressing our emotions, but rather developing a balanced perspective that allows us to observe events, situations, and emotions without being overwhelmed by them. Detachment offers a sense of peace in a world overloaded with information, helping us navigate relationships and conflicts with greater clarity. Imagine watching an exciting movie. You're deeply involved, feeling every moment. But now, imagine you step back and watch the movie as an observer, understanding the plot and characters without being consumed by the emotions of the story. Practicing detachment is similar. It allows us to remain calm and composed, seeing situations for what they are without being carried away by the emotional currents they stir. When you're watching an exciting movie, you might feel a surge of emotions, excitement, sadness, and tension. Yet, even though you're deeply involved in the story, you always remember that it's just a film. There's no need to act impulsively or intervene in what's unfolding on screen. This is a perfect analogy for practicing emotional detachment. It's about engaging fully with life and feeling your emotions deeply, but also knowing when to remain seated in the theater of your mind, observing the drama without losing yourself in it. In a world that constantly bombards us with information and emotions, reacting passionately to every bit of news or event would leave us exhausted and overwhelmed. Emotional detachment acts as a protective buffer, allowing us to interact with the world in a way that's sustainable. This practice is also essential in relationships. Whether in a heated conversation or disagreement, practicing detachment can be the deciding factor between a productive discussion and a harmful argument. It helps us listen more effectively and respond with calm understanding and grace rather than being swept up by our emotions. Cultivating detachment begins with developing self-awareness. Regularly check in with yourself to recognize emotional triggers and understand the patterns that drive your reactions. By creating a space between stimulus and response, we gain the freedom to choose how we react. Instead of acting on impulse, we can respond with intention. Detachment allows us to embrace life's joys and pleasures without becoming overly attached to outcomes. It enables us to fully immerse ourselves in the journey, savoring each moment without the constant fear of losing what we have or experiencing change. In a world that's always shifting, detachment serves as a compass, guiding us with grace through life's unpredictable terrain. By embracing this practice, we can enrich our lives, bringing calm and clarity not only to ourselves, but to those around us as well. There's a powerful question we can ask ourselves in the midst of any challenge or frustration. Will this matter in 5 years? Life often throws moments at us that test our patience, resilience, and perspective, whether it's a minor inconvenience, like a delayed train, or something more significant, like a missed opportunity or a heated argument. In the heat of the moment, it's easy to get overwhelmed by our emotions. However, by asking whether the issue will still matter in 5 years, we can shift our perspective. This question acts as a mental time machine, allowing us to look back from the future and see the present situation in a different light. Most of the concerns we have today will, in the long run, become insignificant. If we look back at the worries we had 5 years ago, we might find that many of them no longer matter, obscured by new experiences, learnings, and memories. This realization is both humbling and liberating, as it helps us prioritize what truly matters. By distinguishing between short-term setbacks and long-term consequences, we can focus on the things that will have lasting impact. This approach reduces anxiety and encourages us to develop strategies for overcoming challenges, knowing that many solutions become clearer with time and perspective. This mindset also helps us stay focused on what's important: our relationships, personal growth, and meaningful experiences. The ability to consider the long-term implications of our actions and decisions encourages us to invest in what truly stands the test of time. Another valuable practice is keeping a Stoic diary. Journaling has been cherished in many cultures throughout history, not just as a record of events, but as a powerful tool for personal growth, introspection, and clarity. Stoics, with their emphasis on self-awareness and improvement, recognized the benefits of journaling and used it to reflect on their thoughts, emotions, and actions. A Stoic diary isn't simply a log of daily events. It's a space for self-dialogue, a place to dissect our emotions, decisions, and reactions. Imagine ending your day by not just recording what happened, but also reflecting on how you responded to certain situations, what upset you, what brought you joy, and why. Through this practice, you begin to understand the underlying motivations and values that shape your behavior. It's an opportunity to examine the triggers that influence your emotions and to recognize how your actions align with your personal values. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, kept a journal now known as Meditations. For him, it wasn't meant for publication. It was a private dialogue with himself, a space to reflect on his life and guide his actions. His writings reveal a man grappling with the responsibilities of leadership, his emotions, and his place in the cosmos. You don't need to be an emperor to benefit from such a practice. In our modern lives, filled with distractions and an endless stream of information, taking time for introspection is even more essential. A daily check-in with yourself can provide the clarity and focus needed to navigate the complexities of life. By dedicating time to self-reflection, we can enhance our understanding of ourselves and the world around us, making intentional decisions and fostering personal growth. A daily check-in becomes a grounding ritual, providing clarity amidst the chaos of life. Over time, this practice can lead to profound insights. You may begin to notice that certain situations consistently cause stress, prompting you to either confront them directly or change your perspective on them. You might discover that practices such as gratitude or mindfulness elevate your mood and overall outlook. The patterns that emerge from these reflections serve as a roadmap for personal growth and development. Beyond offering insights, keeping a Stoic journal fosters a sense of responsibility. By committing to daily reflection, we hold ourselves accountable for our reactions and decisions. It becomes more difficult to overlook repeated mistakes or rash judgments. Instead, this process encourages us to learn, adapt, and grow from our experiences. The next lesson encourages us to view obstacles not as burdens, but as opportunities. Challenges are an inherent part of the human experience, ranging from personal setbacks to global issues. The Stoics held a powerful perspective on adversity, believing that while we cannot always control the events that affect us, we can control how we interpret and respond to them. This shift in perspective transforms challenges from mere setbacks into valuable lessons. Each obstacle, no matter how daunting, presents an opportunity for growth if we choose to see it that way. Think of a river encountering a stone in its path. Instead of halting its flow, the river finds a way around the stone, either by eroding it over time or carving a new path through it. In the same way, obstacles in our lives can redirect our paths, often leading us to unexpected and rewarding outcomes. For example, losing a job may initially seem devastating, but it can open doors to a new career, the chance to develop new skills, or even the opportunity to start a business. Similarly, the end of a relationship can pave the way for personal growth, self-discovery, and the possibility of deeper, more meaningful connections in the future. This Stoic perspective also encourages resilience. When we begin to see challenges as opportunities, we become more adaptable and more willing to face adversity head-on. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we begin to ask, "What can I learn from this?" and "How can this situation help shape me for the better?" Of course, this does not mean we should seek out difficulties or dismiss genuine hardships. Instead, it is about recognizing that within every challenge lies a potential seed of opportunity, which, when nurtured with a positive outlook, patience, and perseverance, can transform obstacles into stepping stones on our journey toward wisdom and growth. Another crucial lesson is to cultivate gratitude. In the rich tapestry of human emotions and life experiences, gratitude shines like a golden thread, weaving through moments of joy, contentment, and perspective. The Stoics recognized that gratitude is not a mere spontaneous feeling, but rather a deliberate practice, one that anchors us in the present and helps us appreciate the blessings of life. For the Stoics, gratitude was more than just saying thank you. It was about deeply acknowledging the myriad forces, moments, and people that enrich our lives. It involves recognizing the beauty in the world, the lessons that challenges bring, and the fleeting nature of each experience, which makes everything more precious. Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, once said that true happiness lies in enjoying the present moment without anxiety about the future. This encapsulates the essence of gratitude, rooted in the present, valuing each moment, every experience, and every interaction. Consider the simple pleasures we often take for granted: the sound of laughter shared with loved ones, the warmth of a hug, or even the act of breathing, which sustains us. These moments, when fully appreciated, bring more beauty and meaning into our lives. Gratitude also counters our human tendency to focus on what is lacking: unfulfilled desires, uncertainties about the future, or dissatisfaction with the present. By shifting our focus to what we already have rather than what we lack, we cultivate contentment, which in turn reduces feelings of envy and resentment. Over time, this practice can significantly improve our overall well-being. A simple way to begin cultivating gratitude is by listing 3 things each day that you are grateful for or looking forward to. This practice, done consistently, can gradually transform your perspective, making you more receptive to the blessings life offers and less resentful of its challenges. Gratitude also strengthens relationships. By expressing appreciation for the acts of kindness, support, and love we receive from others, we foster deeper connections. This creates a positive feedback loop of kindness and affection, enhancing mutual respect and promoting stronger bonds. In a world that often emphasizes the accumulation of possessions, achievements, and desires, Gratitude is a reminder to focus on the richness of what we already have. It encourages us to cherish the present moment, appreciate the beauty around us, and recognize the inherent value in each experience. This practice not only nourishes our own well-being, but also nurtures the relationships that bring meaning to our lives. Gratitude serves as a gentle reminder of the abundance that already surrounds us in our lives. It calls us to celebrate the present moment, to embrace life with open arms, and to walk through our journey with a heart filled with thankfulness. I sincerely hope that these Stoic lessons have been both enlightening and valuable to you. Imagine learning to master the art of controlling your mind, a pursuit that traces its roots back to Stoic philosophy, a school of thought that flourished in ancient Greece and Rome. This age-old philosophy holds that by gaining control over our thoughts, emotions, and reactions, we can tap into a profound sense of inner peace and independent virtue, unaffected by the external circumstances of our lives. In this video, we will explore the Stoic principles that guide us toward achieving this internal mastery, empowering us to lead lives that are not only more fulfilling, but also balanced and meaningful. Understanding and applying these principles can help us reach a state of serenity that enables us to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and wisdom. If this is your first time on my channel, I'd appreciate it if you could support me by subscribing and liking the video so I can continue creating more content like this in the future. The first Stoic principle we'll explore is the pursuit of inner peace, independent of external circumstances. The Stoics believe that true happiness and tranquility should not be contingent on what happens around us. Instead, they advocate for finding peace within ourselves, regardless of the fluctuations in the outside world. This means that no matter what occurs in our external environment, we can maintain composure and accept the impermanence of life. This quest for tranquility requires an acceptance of impermanence. The Stoics understood that everything in life is temporary, and holding on to things or situations that are inherently fleeting will only lead to suffering. By embracing the impermanent nature of life, they found a peace that remains undisturbed by changes. One of the key elements in the search for tranquility is the ability to face adversity with equanimity. The Stoics saw difficulties as opportunities for growth, development, and strengthening the mind's capacity for detachment. They believed that rather than being defeated by challenges, we should embrace them as means to cultivate resilience. Achieving inner tranquility is also linked to detachment from disturbing emotions such as anger, fear, and despair. The Stoics teach us to acknowledge these emotions, but not let them control our actions or decisions. By living in accordance with virtue, we create a clear conscience that shields us from feelings of guilt, regret, or remorse. For the Stoics, the true source of tranquility lies in acting with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues help ensure that we are not overwhelmed by negative emotions or the demands of the external world. The Stoics also emphasize the idea of contentment with sufficiency. They argue that the relentless pursuit of wealth, power, or pleasure often leads to dissatisfaction. Instead, they promote the importance of finding contentment in what is enough, steering clear of excessive desires and material attachments. Serenity, in this context, is not a distant ideal, but one that can be gradually cultivated through self-control, self-discipline, and the continuous practice of Stoic principles that foster inner freedom. The search for tranquility is, at its core, a search for inner freedom. When we are no longer slaves to our emotions, desires, or external circumstances, we experience a freedom that allows us to live in alignment with our values and principles. In summary, the pursuit of inner tranquility is a central pillar of Stoic philosophy. It involves independence from external circumstances, acceptance of life's impermanence, detachment from disturbing emotions, and an ongoing quest for virtue. This journey leads to a life that is serene, ethical, and meaningful, where inner peace is not found in external things, but within ourselves. Let's now delve into the second Stoic principle, which revolves around the acceptance of what we cannot control. This principle is foundational for mastering the mind and living a more calm and wise life. The Stoics emphasize the importance of recognizing that many events and circumstances in life are beyond our direct control. This includes the actions of others, natural events, the past, and even the future. The key to Stoic serenity is fully embracing this reality and directing our efforts toward what we can control, primarily our own thoughts, emotions, and actions. Understanding the Stoic scope of control encourages us to draw a clear distinction between what lies within our control and what lies beyond it. This distinction helps prevent unnecessary frustration by reminding us that certain things, like the behavior of others or past events, cannot be changed. By detaching from unrealistic expectations, we can avoid suffering. The Stoics advise us to let go of excessive expectations and accept reality as it is. This doesn't mean we should become indifferent, but instead adjust our expectations to align with what is possible and reasonable. Embracing adversity is another vital aspect of Stoic wisdom. The Stoics teach that adversity is an inevitable part of life, and rather than resisting it, we should accept it with resilience and courage. By seeing challenges as opportunities to grow, we develop the fortitude to face difficulties with serenity. The Stoics remind us that while we cannot control external events, we can always choose how we respond to them. The ability to select virtuous responses, such as patience, compassion, and wisdom, is one of the greatest gifts life offers. Furthermore, the Stoics advise us to detach from both the past and the future. Worrying about what has already happened or what is yet to come only prevents us from fully engaging with the present. The Stoics remind us that the past cannot be changed and the future is uncertain, so it's wise to focus our attention on the here and now, where we have the power to make choices. This acceptance of what we cannot control, combined with the constant pursuit of virtue and self-transformation, leads to inner peace and wisdom. Finally, Stoicism allows us to confront the uncertainties and challenges of life with greater balance and resilience, helping us live in alignment with the Stoic principles of a virtuous and significant life. The third Stoic principle focuses on the practice of virtue as the highest good. The Stoics identified 4 cardinal virtues that serve as foundational principles for living virtuously. These virtues are wisdom, Sophia, courage, Andrea, justice, dikaiosine, and temperance, sophrosine, each of which plays an essential role in the search for a virtuous life. Wisdom, or Sophia, is the pursuit of knowledge and understanding of the world and human nature. This virtue involves seeking the truth, developing self-awareness, and cultivating the ability to discern what is truly valuable in life. Wisdom guides us in making decisions that align with reason and the greater good, enabling us to live in harmony with the world around us. Courage, or Andrea, is the virtue that empowers us to face fear and act justly, even in the midst of danger or adversity. The Stoics believed that courage was intimately linked to wisdom, as it requires discernment to confront dangers in a manner that aligns with virtue. Courage enables us to persist in the face of challenges, knowing that acting rightly is more important than avoiding discomfort. Justice, or dikaiosune, involves acting with fairness, impartiality, and respect for the rights of others. The Stoics viewed justice as a fundamental aspect of living virtuously and maintaining social harmony. It calls for an unwavering commitment to equality and respect for all people, ensuring that we contribute positively to the community and the world around us. Temperance, or sophrosine, is the control of desires and appetites, avoiding excess and indulgence. This virtue also extends to the regulation of emotions, allowing us to maintain inner peace and serenity in all situations. Temperance teaches us to exercise moderation and balance, ensuring that our passions and actions do not overwhelm us or lead us astray. The Stoics believed that the practice of virtue is a lifelong journey, one that requires continuous effort and self-reflection. No one is completely virtuous, but everyone has the capacity to improve these virtues throughout their life. Virtue, according to the Stoics, is the true source of happiness. By living according to these principles, we can find a profound sense of fulfillment and meaning, regardless of external circumstances. The practice of virtue also leads to self-sufficiency, both emotionally and spiritually. When we live virtuously, we no longer depend on external things like wealth, status, or approval to find joy and satisfaction. Instead, our happiness becomes self-contained, rooted in our inner character and ability to act in accordance with our values. Self-control and self-transformation are essential aspects of the Stoic path. The search for virtue requires us to recognize and learn from our imperfections and mistakes. By working constantly to improve ourselves, we can become better human beings, steadily progressing toward a life of greater meaning and significance. In essence, the practice of virtue is at the heart of Stoic philosophy, guiding us toward wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues are not abstract ideals, but practical principles that can be applied daily to lead a life of ethical integrity and inner serenity, regardless of the external challenges we may face. The fourth Stoic principle focuses on the control of emotions, which is crucial for achieving serenity and virtue. According to Stoic teachings, emotions can be powerful and often lead us to act impulsively or irrationally. Therefore, mastering our emotions is essential for living a life aligned with virtue and wisdom. The first step in mastering our emotions is cultivating emotional self-awareness. This involves the ability to identify and understand our emotions as they arise. By recognizing when we are experiencing emotions such as anger, fear, sadness, or even euphoria, we can begin to assess them more objectively and avoid being overwhelmed by them. Once we recognize an emotion, the Stoics recommend creating emotional distance. Instead of allowing ourselves to be completely consumed by the emotion, we should take a step back and examine the situation more calmly and logically. This helps us respond with reason rather than reacting impulsively. Reason, the Stoics argue, should always prevail over emotion. Using rational thinking, we can evaluate whether an emotion, such as anger, is justified and whether acting on it is the appropriate response in a given situation. By doing so, we can ensure that our actions are guided by wisdom rather than driven by fleeting emotions. After evaluating our emotions, we must choose a response that aligns with virtuous principles. For example, Instead of reacting impulsively with anger, we can choose to respond with calmness and understanding. This requires self-control and the ongoing practice of transforming negative emotions into constructive actions. For instance, instead of allowing fear to paralyze us, we can use it as motivation to take sensible precautions. The ultimate goal of emotional mastery is emotional equanimity, a state in which our emotions do not dominate us or cloud our judgment. This does not mean eliminating emotions altogether, but rather controlling them in such a way that they do not negatively influence our decisions and actions. We learn to navigate our emotions wisely, ensuring they remain in balance with our rational thinking. It is important to understand that the Stoics do not advocate for the complete suppression of emotions. Rather, they emphasize the wise and virtuous management of emotions. They recognize that emotions such as grief in response to loss or joy in celebration of success are natural aspects of the human experience. Mastering emotions is a continuous and challenging process, yet it is crucial for living a serene and ethical life. The Stoics believe that by controlling our emotions and choosing virtuous responses, we can live according to principles such as wisdom, justice, and courage, regardless of external circumstances. This allows us to achieve an inner state of peace, which is highly valued in Stoic philosophy. The fifth Stoic principle, which focuses on living in the present, is essential for mastering the mind and leading a more meaningful life. This principle encourages us to concentrate on the present moment, avoiding excessive rumination on the past or anxiety about the future. The Stoics teach that dwelling on past regrets is useless because we cannot change what has already happened. Instead of getting lost in remorse, we should learn from our mistakes and past experiences. This mindset frees us from the burden of the past and allows us to direct our efforts toward the present. Excessive worry about the future is another source of suffering. While it is wise to plan and prepare for the future, the Stoics acknowledge the inherent uncertainty of life and encourage us not to let anxiety about the future dominate our thoughts and actions. The Stoics urge us to appreciate the present moment because it is the only moment we truly have. They encourage us to fully embrace the present, enjoy the little things, and recognize the beauty of the world around us. This approach not only provides us with a sense of satisfaction, but also helps cultivate an attitude of gratitude. Focusing on the present also means dedicating ourselves entirely to the tasks at hand. This involves avoiding distractions and refraining from multitasking. By concentrating on the present, we can perform our activities more effectively and with greater appreciation for the moment. In Stoic philosophy, the present is the only time over which we have real control. By directing our attention to the present, we can channel our efforts into making wise, ethical decisions without constantly worrying about what is beyond our control, like the future. Practices like meditation and mindfulness are useful tools to help us focus on the present. These practices train our minds to remain present, reducing mental agitation and promoting tranquility. Living more in the present allows us to experience less suffering caused by worries about the past or future. Not only does this improve our quality of life, but it also enables us to make more informed and ethical decisions. In summary, the Stoic principle of focusing on the present teaches us to value the current moment, accept the impermanence of life, and find control and satisfaction in the here and now. This does not mean ignoring the past or neglecting to plan for the future, but rather living fully and meaningfully in the present, the only moment we have control over. By doing so, we contribute to a calm mind and a more significant life. The sixth Stoic principle challenges our relationship with the external world and sensory experiences. It encourages us to find a state of equanimity with regard to these experiences. The Stoics argue that the relentless pursuit of pleasure and the fear of pain are significant sources of human suffering. To achieve serenity and virtue, it is essential to adopt an attitude of healthy indifference toward these experiences. Stoics do not advocate for the complete renunciation of pleasures, but rather for moderation and prudence. They remind us that the unrestrained pursuit of pleasure often leads to harmful excesses, while seeking moderation helps us avoid the suffering caused by such extremes. Similarly, the Stoics encourage us to develop courage and resilience to face pain and adversity with calmness and bravery. Rather than fearing pain, we should view it as an opportunity to grow and strengthen our minds. Stoic philosophy embraces the principle of indifference toward many external factors, meaning that things like wealth, social status, or material success are irrelevant to our virtue and happiness. This does not suggest that we should not enjoy the good things life has to offer, but rather that we should not base our happiness solely on these things, as they lie outside of our control. The Stoics advocate for emotional detachment, aiming to develop a healthy response to external circumstances. This means we should not allow ourselves to be controlled by our emotions in reaction to material gains or losses. Instead, we must cultivate inner peace that remains constant, regardless of the changes happening outside us. For the Stoics, the true source of contentment and happiness lies in the pursuit and practice of virtue. By prioritizing wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance in our lives, we can find a form of pleasure that is more lasting and meaningful than the fleeting pleasures of the senses. The practice of self-control is essential in this pursuit. The Stoics' indifference to pleasure and pain requires a high level of self-discipline. It involves not becoming a slave to our desires or allowing ourselves to be dominated by the fear of pain. By developing this self-control, we can make more rational and ethical decisions. In summary, the practice of indifference to both pleasures and pains is an essential component of Stoic philosophy. It teaches us to strike a healthy balance with sensory experiences and external factors. By doing so, we can avoid the excesses that often lead to suffering and instead find deeper contentment in the pursuit of virtue and self-transformation. This principle helps us live a more balanced and serene life. Now, let's explore the seventh and final Stoic principle: self-knowledge. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, as well as many other philosophical and spiritual traditions. For the Stoics, understanding oneself is the crucial first step in mastering the mind and ultimately life itself. The Stoics encourage us to constantly examine ourselves. This means observing our thoughts, emotions, and actions objectively, as if looking in a mental mirror, recognizing our virtues, flaws, and tendencies. A key aspect of this self-assessment is identifying our desires and aversions. Often, we are dominated by irrational desires or unfounded fears that cause suffering. By identifying these, we can begin to question their validity and work toward controlling them. The Stoics also urge us to reflect on our values and the principles that truly matter to us. What do we seek in life? This type of reflection helps align our actions with our core values, promoting greater self-acceptance and constructive self-criticism. Self-knowledge also involves the ability to accept ourselves as we are, with all our imperfections. However, This acceptance does not mean complacency. It means acknowledging the areas in which we can improve and grow. The Stoics warn against self-deception, which is the tendency to justify our actions and rationalize harmful behaviors. Through self-knowledge, we can recognize when we fall into this trap. Self-knowledge is not an end in itself, but a means to achieve continuous self-improvement. By understanding ourselves better, we can work on cultivating a more stoic mindset, developing virtues such as courage, temperance, wisdom, and justice. In short, self-knowledge is the foundation upon which Stoic philosophy is built. It helps us discern what is in our control and what is not, recognize our desires and aversions, and shape our minds according to virtuous principles. It is a journey of self-discovery that empowers us not to be prisoners of our emotions and thoughts, making us more resilient and wise in the face of life's challenges. As we explore the principles of Stoic philosophy, we find a roadmap for mastering our minds and, consequently, our lives. From self-knowledge to the pursuit of virtue as the highest good, these teachings enable us to navigate the turbulent waters of existence with wisdom, resilience, and ethical integrity. Stoic philosophy teaches us that true wealth lies in inner peace, self-transformation, and the constant search for virtue, especially in a world filled with challenges and uncertainties. It offers us a guiding light toward a more balanced and meaningful life, reminding us that despite external circumstances, we have the power to shape our minds and choices. Have you ever felt manipulated, used, or completely drained of your emotional energy? Have you ever found yourself questioning your sanity, wondering how someone could treat you so poorly, yet make you feel as though you're the one at fault? If you've ever been in a relationship where someone constantly takes without giving, where their drama becomes your burden, or where every day feels like a battle, then this video is for you. It's time to break free from the cycle of emotional abuse and manipulation. In this video, I will share 13 insightful ways to deal with toxic people, drawing on the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, techniques that have withstood the test of thousands of years, but remain as relevant as ever in today's world. Let's dive deep into the heart of manipulation, control, and emotional warfare, and arm you with the tools you need to protect your peace and reclaim your life. Relationships today, whether romantic, familial, or even friendships, can be incredibly toxic. We live in a world where many individuals have been conditioned to manipulate others in order to get what they want. Toxic people will drain you completely, leaving you feeling exhausted, powerless, and questioning your self-worth. But here's the truth: they do not have control over you. You have the power to rise above their tactics and take charge of your emotional well-being. This is the core insight that the Stoics understood so well. Control what you can and let go of the rest. In this video, we will explore 13 powerful strategies based on Stoic philosophy that will help you handle toxic individuals like a warrior. This is not about passively accepting abuse. It's about taking bold, decisive action to protect yourself, reclaim your peace, and become emotionally bulletproof. Let's begin with something that might seem obvious, but is often overlooked: identifying toxic behavior. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where no matter what you do, nothing is ever good enough? Whether it's a friend, partner, or family member, they criticize every little thing, constantly question your decisions, and somehow always position themselves as the victim. You end up apologizing even when you haven't done anything wrong. If this sounds familiar, You're experiencing manipulation at its core, which is classic toxic behavior. Toxic people behave like emotional parasites, draining you of your energy in ways so subtle that you often don't realize it until you're completely exhausted. They are experts at delivering small, seemingly harmless comments that undermine your confidence, making you question your worth. They might say things like, "I was just joking," or "Why are you so sensitive?" But don't be fooled. This is emotional manipulation at its finest. Toxic people love to play the victim, twisting every situation to make you feel guilty for simply standing up for yourself. How many times have you heard, "I can't believe you would do this to me," or "After everything I've done for you, this is how you treat me"? These are manipulation tactics designed to make you doubt your instincts and lower your defenses. The first step in breaking free is recognizing these behaviors for what they truly are: emotional abuse. It's not just a bad day or a miscommunication. It's a deliberate attempt to control and manipulate you. Once you see through the mask they wear, you can start taking steps to protect yourself. Here's a golden rule to remember. If you constantly find yourself justifying someone's behavior to others or even to yourself, that's a huge red flag. Healthy relationships don't require you to explain away mistreatment. Toxic ones do. Now, let's address a powerful truth. It's not personal. Toxic people's behavior is never about you. It's always about them. While this might sound simple, think about how many times you've internalized their words, questioning whether you truly are the problem. They make you feel like everything is your fault, but the reality is, their behavior is a reflection of their own inner turmoil and insecurities. They can't take responsibility for their own actions, so they project their negativity onto you. Have you ever noticed how a toxic person will lash out at you when they're feeling insecure or stressed? Maybe they've had a bad day at work or are unhappy with their own life, but instead of dealing with their own issues, they take it out on you. Suddenly, you're the target, and they twist every situation to make it seem like you're the one causing the problems. But here's where Stoicism offers a powerful insight. We don't control what others do, only how we respond. Toxic people want you to react. They want to trigger your emotions because that's how they maintain control. Once you understand that their behavior has nothing to do with you, you can rise above it. You can let go of the guilt, the self-doubt, and the need to fix them. Because here's the truth, you can't fix them. You can only protect yourself. When they try to drag you into their emotional mess, remind yourself, it's not about me. You are not their therapist, their emotional punching bag, or their scapegoat. Their issues are their responsibility, not yours. Now that you've recognized toxic behavior and understood that it's not about you, it's time to set clear boundaries. And when I say boundaries, I don't mean vague, wishy-washy lines in the sand. I mean firm, non-negotiable rules that protect your peace and well-being. The thing is, toxic people hate boundaries because they limit their control over you. Let me let you in on a little secret. The reason toxic people push your limits is that they're testing you. They want to see how much they can get away with. It might start with small things, like constantly texting or calling you at all hours, interrupting your work, or demanding your attention when you need space. Then it escalates, and before you know it, you're sacrificing your time, your energy, and your mental health just to keep them happy. But here's the kicker. You don't owe anyone your energy. Your time and emotional well-being are precious, and you have every right to protect them. Setting boundaries isn't selfish, it's necessary. You have to be able to say no, without guilt, without explanation, and without fear of retaliation. Here's a simple but powerful boundary. Stop explaining yourself. Toxic people love to drag you into endless explanations. Why don't you want to do this? How come you're acting this way? Don't you care about me? They'll use guilt, manipulation, and even anger to make you justify your decisions. But here's the thing. You don't need to justify your boundaries to anyone. Next time they try to cross a line, simply say, "This is what I need," or "I'm not available for that," and then end the conversation. The more you stand firm in your boundaries, the more they'll realize they can't manipulate you. Eventually, they'll either adjust their behavior or move on to someone else who will tolerate their nonsense. The next powerful strategy is mastering the art of non-reaction. Toxic people thrive on your reactions. They push your buttons to get a rise out of you, because let's face it, they live for the drama. Every time you react with anger, frustration, or even sadness, you're giving them exactly what they want: power over your emotions. But here's the truth. You have the power to stop them dead in their tracks. Stoicism teaches us that while we can't control other people's actions, we can control how we respond. Imagine you're in the middle of an argument with a toxic person. They're throwing accusations, insults, and blame your way, hoping to provoke a reaction. What if, instead of engaging, you stayed completely calm? What if you simply didn't react at all? This might sound crazy, but I promise it's one of the most powerful moves you can make. When you stop reacting to their nonsense, you strip them of their power. They can't control you if you refuse to play their game. I know it's difficult, especially when they're pushing every button, but non-reaction is like building an emotional shield around yourself. The more you practice it, the less their words and actions will affect you. When someone tries to provoke you, pause, take a deep breath, and instead of reacting immediately, think to yourself, "I don't need to engage in this." Then say something neutral, like, "I hear what you're saying," or "I'll think about it," and walk away from the conversation. You don't owe them an emotional response, and you certainly don't owe them your peace of mind. Let's dive into one of the most effective techniques for dealing with toxic individuals who thrive on drama: the gray rock method. This strategy can truly change the game when you're dealing with someone who feeds on chaos and conflict. Toxic people crave your attention, your emotional energy, and most of all, your reactions. So, how do you deal with them? By becoming as boring and unremarkable as possible, like a grey rock. Picture this. Every time this person tries to stir up drama or provoke you, you respond with the most dull, neutral response imaginable. They're expecting you to react emotionally, whether it's by exploding, crying, or getting into a heated argument, but instead you stay calm, indifferent, and completely uninterested in the turmoil they're trying to create. By doing this, you deny them the emotional fuel they need to keep the drama going. Why does this work? Because toxic people feed off your emotional responses. When you react emotionally, you give them the energy they crave. But when you become a grey rock, emotionless, detached, and unaffected by their antics, they lose interest. They thrive on drama, and without it, they are left with nothing. Over time, they may adjust their behavior because they're not getting the reactions they expect, or they may simply move on to someone else who will feed their need for chaos. Keep in mind, this isn't about being passive or letting them walk all over you. It's about protecting your peace. By refusing to engage in their game, you take back control, refusing to give them access to your emotions. That's the ultimate form of control. Try this next time someone tries to drag you into their toxic drama, and you'll be amazed at how quickly the dynamic shifts when you remain unreactive. Another powerful technique for dealing with toxic people is the broken record technique. Toxic individuals can be relentless. They don't take no for an answer and will keep pushing until you eventually give in. Does this sound familiar? Perhaps it's a friend who always expects you to drop everything to help them, or a partner who keeps asking for something you've already refused. These people can be like bulldozers, relentlessly pushing you until you cave in. This is where the broken record technique comes into play, and trust me, it's one of the most powerful tools you can use in these situations. Here's how it works. Instead of getting sucked into an argument or justifying your stance, you simply repeat your position over and over again, like a broken record. Imagine this scenario. Someone asks you to do something unreasonable, and instead of explaining, justifying, or debating, you calmly say, "I'm not comfortable with that." They'll push back, but you remain firm, repeating, "I'm not comfortable with that." No emotion, no defensiveness, just calm, steady repetition. Eventually, they'll realize they can't break through your wall, and they will either give up or reveal their true colors. This technique works especially well in close relationships where toxic individuals feel entitled to your time, energy, or resources. The beauty of the broken record technique is that it doesn't escalate the situation, but it firmly reinforces your boundaries. Toxic people thrive on wearing you down, but when you stand your ground with unwavering consistency, they lose their grip. Remember, your boundaries are non-negotiable, and you don't owe anyone an explanation for protecting your peace. One of the hardest truths you may need to accept when dealing with toxic people is that sometimes the best way to protect yourself is to limit your exposure to them. Some people are just bad for you, no matter how much you love them or how long you've known them. They bring nothing but negativity into your life, and the more time you spend with them, the more drained and unhappy you become. Toxic people can be emotional parasites. They feed off your energy, your kindness, and your attention. But here's an important truth to remember. You don't owe them anything, not your time, not your emotional energy, and definitely not your mental health. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is put some distance between you and them. I understand that cutting ties or distancing yourself can be tough, especially when the person is a family member, a longtime friend, or someone you deeply care about. But here's the uncomfortable reality. Your well-being must come first. If someone constantly makes you feel small, stressed, or emotionally exhausted, it's time to consider limiting your exposure to them. This doesn't mean you don't care about them. It simply means you care enough about yourself to protect your peace. Limiting exposure can take many forms. It might involve seeing them less often, keeping conversations brief, or steering clear of sensitive topics that trigger toxic behavior. If it's a co-worker, it could mean limiting interactions to strictly professional matters. If it's a family member, it might mean setting firm boundaries around when and how you engage with them. You can still be polite and respectful while guarding your energy. Your mental health is priceless, and toxic people do not have the right to take that from you. Building a strong support system is another powerful way to deal with toxic people. One of the most insidious tactics toxic individuals use is isolation. They'll undermine your other relationships, either subtly or not so subtly, making you feel as if they're the only ones you can rely on. Over time, they chip away at your confidence, making you doubt your judgment and distancing you from the people who genuinely care about you. This is how they maintain control, by feeding off your dependency and keeping you trapped in their toxic web. But here's a powerful truth. You don't have to go through this alone. Building a solid support system is one of the most effective ways to combat the influence of toxic people. Surround yourself with people who genuinely care about your well-being, who support your growth, and who respect your boundaries. Whether they're family, friends, or a community of like-minded individuals, having a network of people who support you will make a huge difference in how you handle toxic relationships. When you have people in your corner who uplift you, it becomes much harder for toxic individuals to tear you down. Your support system should consist of people who encourage you to be the best version of yourself, those who challenge you to grow in ways that feel empowering, not draining. These are the friends who call you out when you're slipping, but they do so with kindness, not judgment. They're the ones who respect your boundaries, support your decisions, and never make you feel guilty for choosing what's best for you. When you have a tribe of people who love and respect you, toxic people lose their power because they can no longer isolate you. Remember, the stronger your support system, the weaker the toxic person's grip on your life. Find your people, lean on them, and let their positivity reinforce your own strength. Self-care is a necessity when dealing with toxic people. Toxic individuals can be exhausting, whether through emotional manipulation, constant criticism, or relentless negativity. They have a way of draining you. That's why self-care isn't just a luxury, it's a vital tool for protecting yourself. Think of self-care as your emotional armor, shielding you from the corrosive effects of toxic relationships. Without it, you're vulnerable to burnout, resentment, and emotional exhaustion. So what does self-care look like when you're dealing with toxic people? It's more than just bubble baths and spa days, though those can certainly help. True self-care involves making decisions that protect your emotional, mental, and physical well-being. It's about knowing when to say no without feeling guilty and creating space for yourself to recharge, reflect, and recalibrate. Most importantly, it's about recognizing that your needs are just as important, if not more important, than anyone else's. Toxic people will never prioritize your needs. They'll expect you to put them first, to sacrifice your time, energy, and well-being for their benefit. But here's the key. You don't have to do that. You have the right to put yourself first, to take care of your mental health, and to refuse to let their negativity drain you. Self-care might involve taking breaks from social interactions, practicing mindfulness or meditation, or engaging in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment. Self-care also means recognizing when you've reached your limit. If a toxic person is pushing you too far, it's okay to take a step back, create space, and focus on your healing. Stoicism teaches us the importance of maintaining inner peace, and self-care is the foundation of that peace. When you prioritize your well-being, toxic people lose their power over you because you no longer depend on their approval or validation. Dealing with toxic individuals can feel overwhelming, but one of the most crucial realizations you need to have is this: you cannot fix them. No matter how deeply you love them, how much effort you put into understanding their behavior, or how many sleepless nights you spend trying to help them, you are not responsible for their healing. Toxic people often remain trapped in cycles of manipulation, blame-shifting, and control because these patterns serve their own needs, whether it's emotional validation, power, or simply the ability to control others. The more you attempt to fix them, the more you become ensnared in their web. Think about times when you've tried helping someone, only to find that your efforts go unnoticed or unappreciated. Perhaps you've been in a relationship where no matter how much you gave, your partner constantly made you feel like it was never enough. This is how toxic people draw you into a cycle of guilt and obligation. You become fixated on trying to fix them, but they remain unchanged because deep down, they don't want to change. Here's the harsh truth. You are not their savior. You cannot save someone who does not want to be saved. Stoicism teaches us an important lesson. We can only control ourselves, not others. When you stop trying to fix someone else and focus on improving your own boundaries and reactions, you unlock true freedom. You begin to reclaim the energy you've been wasting on someone who never appreciated it in the first place. The moment you realize that fixing toxic people is not your responsibility is the moment you break free from their manipulation. It's not your job to repair someone who refuses to heal, and you deserve relationships where your love and effort are valued and respected, not ones where your emotional labor goes unrecognized and unrewarded. The next mental shift comes with the concept of cognitive reframing. Toxic people have a remarkable ability to make you feel like the villain in their story. They twist facts, manipulate situations, and somehow make everything your fault. But here's the truth. It's not about you, it's about them. Stoicism teaches us that while we can't control what others do, we can control how we perceive the world. This is where cognitive reframing becomes a powerful tool. For example, if you find yourself in an argument with someone who constantly criticizes you, instead of internalizing their words and allowing them to affect your self-worth, try reframing the situation. Their criticism is not a reflection of who you are, but of their own insecurities. By shifting your perspective, you disarm their ability to hurt you emotionally. You start to see their toxic behavior for what it truly is, a projection of their own fears and inadequacies. Think about how often toxic individuals gaslight you, making you question your own reality or sanity. Cognitive reframing gives you the power to step back and remind yourself that this isn't about you. It's their issue, not yours. By mentally reframing their actions as a reflection of their struggles, you begin to protect your emotional strength and detach from their toxicity. The next strategy is one that may sound counterintuitive at first. Practice forgiveness, but not for their sake. Do it for your own peace. Forgiveness isn't about excusing their behavior or pretending nothing happened. It's about freeing yourself from the emotional weight that comes with holding on to anger, resentment, and hatred. The hard truth is that when you hold on to these negative emotions, you're only hurting yourself. Think about it. While you're still stewing over how someone wronged you, they've likely moved on with their life, while you remain stuck, replaying painful memories over and over again. That anger you hold on to? It's not punishing them, it's only punishing you. This is where Stoicism offers a powerful perspective. Marcus Aurelius taught us that we should forgive not for the sake of others, but for our own peace of mind. Forgiving doesn't mean forgetting or excusing. It means releasing the emotional grip they have on you. When you forgive, you stop letting their actions define your mood, happiness, or life. Forgiveness becomes a way to reclaim your power. Start small in your journey toward forgiveness. Instead of immediately trying to forgive someone for a major betrayal, begin by letting go of smaller grievances, the rude comments, the dismissive attitude. You'll be surprised at how much lighter you feel as you practice this. Over time, this will build your emotional resilience and prepare you for bigger challenges. And remember, this is about you, not them. Forgiveness is a powerful act of self-care. By letting go of resentment, you make space for peace, growth, and joy. You evict toxic people from your mental space and free yourself from their influence. Finally, there comes a time when you must walk away. It doesn't matter how long you've known someone or how much history you share with them. When someone consistently disrespects your boundaries, manipulates your emotions, or drains your energy, you need to walk away. Walking away isn't a sign of weakness. It's the ultimate display of self-respect and strength. Toxic people will try to convince you that you're the problem. They'll make you feel guilty for leaving or claim that you didn't fight hard enough to save the relationship. But don't fall for their manipulation. The truth is that you've already given enough of yourself. You've invested enough energy trying to save a relationship that continues to drain you. Now, it's time to prioritize yourself. Imagine being in a toxic romantic relationship where your partner constantly undermines you, insults you, or makes you feel like you're walking on eggshells. No matter how much you love them or how hard you try, nothing will change. The healthiest choice is to walk away. It's not easy. There will be guilt, sadness, and fear of the unknown, but your mental and emotional health are far too important to sacrifice. Walking away is about reclaiming your life. It's about refusing to let toxic people continue to hold power over you. It's a bold declaration that you value yourself enough to choose peace, happiness, and fulfillment. This is your life, and you deserve better than to stay tethered to someone who constantly drags you down. Here's the bottom line. You cannot heal in an environment that makes you sick. If a relationship, whether it's with a partner, friend, or family member, is toxic, it's time to walk away. Not every relationship can be salvaged, and that's okay. Walking away is not giving up. It's choosing to live on your own terms. It's about creating space for healthier, more loving relationships to enter your life. You are not obligated to tolerate toxicity, no matter where it comes from. Walking away is not just an act of self-preservation, it's an act of courage. You're choosing to put your well-being ahead of someone else's dysfunction. This is the greatest gift you can give yourself. In conclusion, dealing with toxic people is undoubtedly one of the most challenging experiences, but it can also be one of the most empowering. By applying these Stoic-inspired strategies, identifying toxic behavior, setting boundaries, mastering non-reaction, practicing forgiveness, and ultimately walking away, you can regain control of your emotional and mental health. Remember, you are not responsible for fixing toxic people, and you don't owe them your peace or your energy. You are responsible for yourself, and that is your greatest power. These principles will not only protect you from toxic people, but also help you grow into the best, strongest version of yourself. You deserve relationships that nurture you, not ones that drain you. With these strategies, peace is something you can achieve, no matter how toxic the people around you may be. You don't really need anyone, or at least that's what it might seem like at first glance. Yes, friend, it may sound like a bold or even controversial statement in today's world, which is deeply immersed in social media, constant external validation, and a profound fear of loneliness. Yet, Stoic philosophy offers some valuable wisdom to counter this. You are enough as you are, your virtues, your flaws, and even those nagging doubts that sometimes keep you awake at night. The truth is, you don't need a partner to complete you, a friend to cheer you on, or an influencer on Instagram to guide your life. Everything required for your happiness is already within you. The challenge is learning how to be your own best companion. And though this journey may not be easy, it is certainly worth undertaking. In this video, I will share 10 lessons that will help you release the burden of depending on others. Along the way, you will discover how to become your own best ally, because once you master this, you won't find yourself needing anyone. If you're ready to take the first step, stay tuned for the last lesson, as it will leave you truly speechless. But before we dive in, let me share a story to help you understand the depth of wisdom in this material. Once upon a time, there was a man named Arturo who worked as a mechanic in a small workshop in his city. Arturo was well known for his exceptional skill with tools, but he was also known for relying heavily on others to make important decisions in his life. He often turned to his friends and family for advice before taking any significant step. One day, the owner of the workshop assigned him a challenging task: to repair a classic car that had been abandoned for years. Arturo, accustomed to seeking help, called a more experienced colleague, but received no answer. Desperate, he scoured through online videos and manuals, but none seemed to offer a solution. Frustrated and feeling isolated, he sat in front of the car and asked himself, "What would I do if there was no one else to turn to?" He began to examine the car closely, drawing on the knowledge he had gathered over the years, and started experimenting with solutions. Slowly, with patience and persistence, Arturo identified the faults and began fixing them. After hours of trial and error, he successfully repaired the car, and when he presented it to the owner, the man was astonished. "I thought you'd need help to fix it, but you did it on your own. How did you manage?" the owner asked. Arturo smiled and replied, "I realized that the best advice I can get is the one that comes from myself. When you trust your own ability to solve problems, you discover you have more tools than you ever imagined." The moral of this story is simple yet profound. In life, learning to trust yourself and your ability to face challenges is the key to true independence. It's not about never needing anyone, but knowing that when everything else fails, you can always rely on yourself. Now, before we dive into the lessons, I invite you to subscribe and activate notifications to keep up with all the latest updates. Let's begin with the first lesson. Learn to be your own best company. Have you ever felt like you need someone else to complete you? Maybe you've thought that if you had more friends, a more understanding partner, or the perfect job, your life would be infinitely better. But what if I told you that the real key to happiness isn't found outside of you, but deep within? Yes, it might sound like something out of a motivational book, but let me explain. True emotional independence, the kind that doesn't rely on anyone or anything, is a superpower that we can all develop. You might spend your life looking for someone who can complete you, but the reality is, the only person you truly need to feel whole and happy is yourself. It's not easy, I understand, but if you commit to it, you'll build such a strong relationship with yourself that no one else will be able to offer you what you already give yourself. This isn't about having a superficial relationship where you just look in the mirror and tell yourself, "I'm amazing." I'm talking about a deep connection that goes beyond your successes, your failures, or what others think of you. The Stoics practiced emotional self-sufficiency, and they believed that we don't need to depend on external circumstances to feel good about ourselves. This doesn't mean you become a hermit, shutting yourself off from the world. Rather, it means that when life doesn't go as planned, you can maintain your peace and inner calm without falling into chaos. Think about it like falling off your bike. Instead of crying about the scrape, you get up, smile, and keep going. That ability to bounce back quickly and not let anything or anyone knock you off balance is a skill you can develop. The key to achieving this is learning to enjoy your own company. Imagine yourself as a plant. If you rely entirely on rain or others for your survival, there will be times when you go without and you'll wither. But if you learn to extract water from the earth and become self-sufficient, it doesn't matter if it rains or not, you'll keep growing. This is the essence of inner strength. Not that you don't need others, but that you no longer depend on them for your sense of completeness. The path to this is simple. Make peace with your solitude and use that time to really understand yourself, to discover what makes you happy when no one else is watching. As the Stoics taught, reflection and introspection are essential tools for finding inner peace. And yes, it sounds cliché, but when you can be content with yourself, everything else will fall into place. The real lesson here is that true peace and happiness stem from your ability to be self-sufficient. Once you master the art of being enough for yourself, you'll realize that you never needed anyone else to feel whole. This doesn't mean you won't enjoy the company of others, but you won't rely on them for your happiness. Emotional independence is a gift you can give yourself. It's not achieved overnight, but with patience and practice, you can live fully without depending on external factors. As Epictetus said, "He who does not depend on anyone becomes the master of himself." Now, let's move on to the second lesson. Learn to say no. Have you ever felt like the weight of the world is on your shoulders? Like you're just a doormat for everyone to unload their problems onto? I'm sure you've been there, but the truth is, you don't have to keep being the person that everyone turns to for help. The key to breaking free from this is an incredibly simple yet powerful tool: learning to say no. Stoic philosophy teaches us something very basic but vital. While we can't control everything, we do have the power to decide what we allow into our lives and what we don't. Imagine you're a wall. I know it sounds boring, but bear with me. A wall is impenetrable, and after a while, anything that tries to come in becomes a burden you can't release. Now, think of yourself as having a boundary, not a wall. Boundaries are clearly defined, allowing what's necessary to pass through, but keeping out what doesn't serve you. It's not about isolating yourself from the world, it's about setting limits to protect your well-being. Saying no isn't about rejecting the person asking, it's about rejecting what they're asking for at that moment. It's about not compromising your peace to meet the expectations of others. You won't be less loved or more loved by saying no. In fact, by respecting yourself and your boundaries, you'll earn more respect from others. The next time someone asks you for something, ask yourself, is this really important to me? If the answer is no, then you don't have to do it. Don't complicate your response with excuses. Simply say, I can't do it right now, or it's not something I can do. People will ultimately respect your sincerity more than any well-crafted excuse. At the end of the day, it's up to you to decide who can cross your boundaries and who must remain outside them. This isn't about becoming unapproachable, but about safeguarding what truly matters: your time, energy, and peace of mind. The Stoics understood this well. Living with purpose and without being swayed by the external pressures that others place upon us is a courageous act. Begin today by practicing the art of saying no. And if someone criticizes you for it, remember that a wall doesn't change its shape because of what others say, but a boundary knows where it should stand. Seneca wisely said that freedom begins when you learn to set limits without feeling guilty. The power of self-esteem is a fragile thing. We often let ourselves be influenced by what others think of us. One comment, one look, and suddenly we're questioning ourselves. It's as if our self-worth becomes a house of cards, vulnerable to a single gust of wind. If you want to break free from this instability, it's time to build an unshakable self-esteem that doesn't collapse with the opinions of others. The Stoics provided us with the key to achieve this. We don't need anyone else to feel whole. Imagine standing in front of a mirror. This isn't just any mirror, but a magical one that reflects not just your appearance, but your thoughts. Do you see yourself for who you truly are? Or do you see yourself through the lens of how you wish others would see you? It's interesting how our self-esteem has become a distorted reflection shaped by external expectations, the gaze of others, their judgments, and the constant feedback from social media that tells us whether we are good or bad. It's difficult to remain calm when it feels as if the entire world has something to say about you. But what if I told you that true confidence has nothing to do with what others think of you? The Stoics knew this. Instead of clinging to the opinions of others like they were essential to our survival, they cultivated something far stronger: self-sufficiency. This ability to rely on oneself for validation is the foundation of unshakable self-esteem. To build this, there are a few crucial steps. The first is to accept your imperfection. Nobody is perfect, and if you think you can attain perfection, you are likely deceiving yourself. The Stoics knew this well. Perfection is a fantasy. Instead, it's about being wise in how we manage our emotions and reactions. The second step is to stop seeking external validation. If you're constantly searching for approval, you will find yourself stuck on a hamster wheel, running endlessly without ever reaching your destination. The Stoics practiced indifference to criticism, knowing that the only evaluation that truly matters is their own. When someone criticizes you, simply observe it and let their words slide off you like water over a stone. Another important step is to practice gratitude for yourself. If you are unable to recognize your own accomplishments, no one else will do it for you. Make space to thank yourself and celebrate your progress, no matter how small. Every step forward is a victory. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of daily reflection, a kind of personal balance sheet where you are your own judge. You must become your own support system instead of relying on others to lift you up. Self-pity does not equate to complacency. It's about understanding that we all have low moments, but we are capable of rising above them without needing someone else to do it for us. When you achieve emotional independence, you realize that you do not need constant approval from others. Unbreakable self-esteem is not based on what others say about you, but on what you tell yourself. Learning to live without the constant need for external validation will make you freer, stronger, and more authentic. If you stop looking to others for what can only be found within, you will discover that you are more than enough just as you are. As Marcus Aurelius told us in his Meditations, true freedom begins when you stop seeking from others what only you can provide for yourself. Now, let's talk about when silence becomes your best advisor. Have you ever found yourself surrounded by noise, yet felt a deep emptiness? I'm not just referring to the constant hum of city life or the endless buzz of phone notifications. I'm talking about the internal noise that makes you feel as though you need more people, more opinions, more external validation. But what if I told you that everything you need is already right there in front of you, in that uncomfortable space you try to avoid? Silence. In its purest form, silence is often seen as a threat. It's the place where we face our own company, and like a mirror, it reflects our true selves. It can be terrifying to be alone with your thoughts, but it is precisely in these moments that clarity begins to appear. When the noise fades, we finally hear what we need to hear, what belongs to us, what truly matters. The Stoics, with their practical philosophy, understood that inner peace does not depend on external circumstances. We do not need constant external support or an avalanche of words to feel validated. They understood that true strength lies in the ability to find serenity even when the world is chaotic. Instead of clinging to what we cannot control, they embraced silence and solitude as powerful tools for introspection and personal growth. You may not have noticed, but every time you carve out a moment of genuine silence, you open the door to a world of possibility. Imagine being alone in an empty room with no distractions, no obligations, just you, your thoughts, and the space around you. At first, it might feel uncomfortable, even empty, but if you have the patience to stay in that silence, you will discover that it has something to offer. In that space, you can begin to question your own thoughts, emotions, and desires. You may ask yourself why you rely so heavily on external validation, or why you look for answers outside yourself. The truth is that when you learn to listen to your own silence, you realize that you don't need anyone else to find the answers you seek. It is in solitude that you truly discover who you are and what you need to be happy. This is the power of silence. It doesn't force you to be someone you're not. It allows you to simply be yourself. Now, this doesn't mean you should stop relating to others or become a hermit. The key is finding balance. Learning to be alone and in silence teaches you to be less dependent on the opinions of others and to trust your intuition. It helps you find peace within yourself. It's like learning to swim in calm waters. No matter how fierce the storm may rage outside, you remain safe in your own space. No one can take that peace away from you once you've learned how to cultivate it from within. If you find it difficult to make time for silence, start with small moments each day, just a few minutes without music, without phones, without conversations. Even these brief moments will teach you that you do not need the constant company of others to feel complete. Ultimately, the peace and clarity you seek are not outside of you. They are within, waiting to be discovered in silence. Though it's not an easy or immediate process, it is undoubtedly the path to a fuller and more authentic life. Learn to value solitude and silence, and you will see how the noise of the world becomes irrelevant. As a wise proverb says, true freedom begins when you learn to listen to what silence has to tell you. Finally, let's explore the power of being your own hero. Have you ever felt like you needed someone to pull you out of a tough situation? We've all been there. Life isn't always smooth sailing, and sometimes it seems like everything is falling apart. But what if I told you that you don't need anyone else to get you out of the mess you're in? Yes, I know it sounds like a crazy idea, but the truth is that everything you need is already within your grasp. We've been sold the idea that we need a hero, a powerful figure who will swoop in and save us when times get tough. Movies, books, and television constantly reinforce the belief that someone else with extraordinary abilities is always there to rescue us from our troubles. But that's just a fantasy. The hero you've been searching for is already inside you. Yes, it's easier said than done, but the Stoics offer us a valuable lesson. You cannot control everything that happens around you, but you do have control over how you respond to it. Stoic philosophy invites you to view challenges as opportunities to strengthen your character. Instead of waiting for someone to come and solve your problems, why not become the hero of your own life? You already have all the tools you need, you just need to use them. The first step is to stop expecting things to change magically. The world is not going to adjust itself to make things easier for you. While it's true that life is filled with difficulties, sometimes overwhelming ones, once you realize that the only thing you can truly control is your attitude, everything will shift. This is where the magic lies. You have the power to turn every difficulty into a lesson for personal growth. To start, recognize that you are responsible for your own life. Instead of looking around for someone else to solve your problems, look inward and ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I grow through this difficulty? Life will never be perfect, but at least you can control how you choose to respond. Make your challenges the raw material for your evolution. It won't always be easy, but that is the key difference between being a passive observer of your life and becoming the protagonist. Remember, power doesn't come from outside, it comes from within. If you let your thoughts and emotions control you, your life will always be at the mercy of what happens around you. But if you take control, you will become the hero of your own story, rising after every fall. There's no need to rely on someone else for strength. You already have everything you need to move forward. You just need to learn how to use it. Be the hero of your life without depending on anyone else for success. Life is yours, and only you have the power to decide what to do with it. So the next time you feel lost or in need of external help, remember that everything you need is right in front of you, your own strength. As Lao Tzu once said, the hero you seek won't come to save you because you were never in danger. You just needed to realize that you were always safe. Have you ever felt like you're carrying a huge weight on your shoulders even though you're surrounded by people? It's like carrying an invisible backpack full of stones, draining relationships, thoughts that never let you breathe, worries that add up to nothing. The good news is that you don't need anyone else to help you carry that burden. You can stop carrying that backpack on your own. This is where emotional minimalism comes in. But don't worry, I'm not talking about cutting people out of your life. I'm talking about learning to let go of what you really don't need. And believe me, it's not as complicated as it seems. Emotional minimalism is like doing a spring cleaning for your mind. You take a moment to assess what you've accumulated over time. Friendships that no longer bring you joy, thoughts that get stuck in your mind like an annoying song, or fears that make no sense. Stoic philosophy teaches the power of focusing only on what we can control, and that includes our emotions and relationships. If something or someone doesn't bring you peace, do you really need it in your life? Imagine being surrounded by people who constantly drain your energy. It's like being at a party where everyone is talking, but no one is listening. Every time you try to express yourself, someone adds more weight to your shoulders without you even realizing it. The worst part is that you get used to it, until one day you can't carry it any longer. The key is to identify the relationships and thoughts that steal your energy and learn how to let go of them without feeling guilty. So how can you start? The first step is to recognize if someone or something is leaving you drained. Start by questioning what it truly brings to your life. Sometimes we cling to things simply because we're used to them, but in reality, this extra weight is only holding us back. The same goes for expectations, those that tell us we need to be someone we're not or have something we don't. Here's the truth. You don't need all that. The Stoics understood this well. If you learn to free yourself from what you cannot control, you liberate yourself from unnecessary suffering. You don't need others to validate you or the world to bend to your wishes. Accepting that you are enough, just as you are, is a huge step. The next step is a bit radical but effective. Start saying no. Sometimes the greatest gift you can give yourself is learning to reject what doesn't serve you. It's not about being selfish, it's about protecting your energy. When you let go of what drains you, you create space for what truly nourishes you. So, how do you live without all the emotional baggage? Start by identifying what drains you and let go of what you don't need. Don't feel obligated to carry the expectations or emotions of others. In the end, the only thing you need in your life is what helps you become your best version. The rest is just noise. If you want to find peace, stop searching for it outside yourself. Look inward and let go of everything that hinders your happiness. The path to emotional minimalism is not easy, but with each step you will feel lighter and freer. As Brian Tracy once said, you don't need anyone else in your life to be happy, just yourself. Have you ever thought about what it really means to be free? I'm not talking about the freedom to do whatever you please, like skydiving or eating pizza at 3 a.m., though that certainly sounds fun. I'm talking about the real kind of freedom, freedom that allows you to live life on your own terms, without the pressure of a boss, a lender, or a credit card controlling your every move. That's the kind of freedom that financial autonomy provides. And as you may know, true freedom is not free. Want to be independent? You have to earn money and stop spending more than you have. The problem is, we're not talking about a video game where you can restart every time you fail. In real life, taking control of your finances is more like learning to ride a bike. At first, you fall and scrape your knees, and you might wonder if it's really worth it. But if you persevere, eventually, you'll be able to go wherever you want without depending on anyone else. First, you have to understand that financial freedom doesn't just happen on its own. It's not a gift someone hands to you in a box. The truth is, everyone who has achieved financial independence has worked hard to free themselves from the chains of money. There are no shortcuts. It's not just about earning more, it's about managing what you already have. This is where Stoic philosophy comes in, accepting that life isn't always easy, but the key lies in how we respond to difficulties. The Stoics knew that the true source of freedom is controlling what we can control, and you, my friend, can control your finances. Start by making a realistic budget. I know it might sound boring, but think of your life like a game of chess and your budget as your strategy. Without it, you're just moving pieces without purpose. When you know exactly how much money is coming in and going out, you take the first step in making money work for you rather than the other way around. Get rid of debt as if it were a parasite. Debts can sneak into your life without you even noticing, and before you know it, they've become the worst kind of tenant, staying longer than they should. Do your best to eliminate them as quickly as possible. Invest in your future, because financial independence isn't achieved just by saving. You need to make your money work for you. This doesn't mean rushing into stocks without understanding them, but over time, you'll realize that if you do it right, your money can grow, just like a well-watered plant. Be mindful of your spending. There's nothing sadder than living on autopilot, spending money on unnecessary things. If you learn to say no to those impulsive purchases, you'll be taking significant steps toward financial autonomy. Remember, what you don't see, you won't spend. Being free doesn't mean having piles of money under your mattress. It means having control of your finances and not depending on anyone to keep you afloat. Most importantly, it means having the power to make decisions without worrying about the economic consequences. Financial independence is not something that is simply handed to you. It is a decision, a journey that requires careful, consistent effort. It is something you must gradually build, step by step, through dedication, sacrifice, and strict discipline. True freedom, in its purest sense, cannot be bought or traded. It is earned. This is a truth that I am here to share with you, my friend. Real freedom doesn't come from what you own, but from your ability to manage what you have. Your happiness is not determined by others, but by how you control and manage your own thoughts, actions, and emotions. It is quite fascinating how, almost without realizing it, we often give away the keys to our happiness to others. We do this with the hope that if someone else takes care of our emotional needs, life will become easier. We tend to think that if we have the right person by our side, everything else will fall into place. But what if I told you that your happiness has nothing to do with other people? In reality, you are the sole owner of your happiness. I know it may sound strange, but keep reading and you will begin to understand. The truth is that no matter how hard we try, we cannot control the emotions of others, and we certainly cannot place the responsibility for our happiness in their hands. Think about it. What happens if the person you expect to make you happy decides not to fulfill that role? Or worse, what if you become someone who constantly seeks approval from others to feel good about yourself? That kind of happiness, based on external validation, is unstable and unreliable. It is like trying to build a house on sand. No matter how many times you decorate the exterior, the foundation remains weak and unsteady if it is not grounded in self-control and personal understanding. Acknowledging that happiness is within your own hands is empowering, but it is important to recognize that achieving this internal peace is not easy. It requires deep and consistent effort to stop placing the responsibility for your well-being in the hands of others. The first step is understanding this truth. You must learn to be content with yourself without depending on external sources. While you may not have control over the things that happen around you, you do have control over how you respond to them. It's not about avoiding life's challenges, but about learning to navigate through them with the serenity that comes from knowing that everything is temporary, and you, at your core, will remain strong and resolute. So, the next time you feel trapped by the opinions or actions of others, remember this. You are the only person who has the power to decide how to live your life. Happiness does not come from outside sources. It is something that is cultivated from within. Once you learn to be happy on your own, you will not need anyone else to feel complete. After all, if you don't learn to be happy by yourself, who will do it for you? Let me make this very clear, my friend. Happiness is not something you will find in others. It is in how you choose to perceive the world around you. Now, let's talk about strength in adversity. Have you ever felt like the entire world is crashing down around you? Problems seem to multiply in ways that make you feel utterly helpless, as though you don't even know where to begin. In those moments, it's natural to think, who can save me from all this? But let me tell you something important. You don't need anyone to rescue you from life's difficulties. What you need to do is learn to adopt a Stoic mindset. Stoic philosophy is not just a collection of ancient ideas meant to make someone appear wise. It is a powerful emotional survival guide that teaches you how to stand firm during life's toughest moments. Rather than waiting for someone to swoop in and save you, Stoicism trains you to become the hero of your own story, no matter how dark the circumstances may get. Far too many people spend their lives waiting for fate or someone else to help them, but that's not how you learn to endure through life's challenges. The true strength comes from being able to remain calm and resilient no matter what life throws your way. The Stoics, who lived during times of war and great turmoil, understood that nothing outside of ourselves can truly bring us down, only what we allow to affect us. The key to your personal power lies in understanding the difference between what you can control and what you cannot. You can control your thoughts and reactions, but you cannot control others, the weather, or the unexpected phone call from your boss asking you to do something you hadn't planned. What you can control, however, is how you choose to face these challenges. I am not suggesting that you should become a cold, unfeeling robot. What the Stoics propose is that instead of being swept away by an emotional tide, you learn to swim against the current. It's like falling into a mud puddle. Rather than complaining and becoming upset, you simply stand up, knowing that the mud is temporary and that you have the strength to rise above it. Stoic calm is not the absence of emotion, but the ability to prevent your emotions from controlling you. One Stoic technique to help you do this is called negative visualization. This might sound a bit strange, but it's actually quite simple. The idea is to imagine the worst possible scenario that could happen in a situation that is causing you anxiety. When you visualize this worst-case outcome, you realize that it doesn't destroy you. It's not as scary as it seemed at first. This exercise helps prepare you for whatever might come your way, enabling you to face challenges with greater strength and serenity. Another piece of Stoic advice is to remember that you do not need anyone to make you feel complete. Now, don't get me wrong, I am not saying that you should stop loving your friends or stop appreciating the support of those who care about you. But emotional dependency on others is an obstacle. When you learn to manage your own emotional life and find peace within yourself, you come to realize that you don't need anyone else to be your anchor. True strength comes from within. When you cultivate this inner strength, you'll realize that you can face any storm without losing your peace of mind. Life will continue to present challenges. That is inevitable, but it's how you respond to those challenges that truly defines your journey. Stop waiting for circumstances to change before you can find peace. Take control of your life and face whatever comes your way with the calm confidence of a modern Stoic. True peace is not the absence of problems, but the ability to choose how you respond to them. Finally, let's explore the idea of being everything you need. Have you ever stopped to think that you don't need anything or anyone to be happy? It may sound strange, especially in a world where so many people are searching for something or someone to make them feel complete. But bear with me, because this is where things get interesting. When you learn to become everything you need, life transforms in ways you can't even imagine. The first thing you need to realize is that depending on others to feel happy is not only a myth, it's a mistake. Of course, it's wonderful to be surrounded by people who care about you, but if your happiness relies entirely on others, you will never fully control your own life. It's like relying on someone else to recharge your emotional batteries. But what if you could be your own charger? What if you could find that power within yourself? This is where self-awareness comes into play. Getting to know yourself is not a quick process. It's not a 5-minute introspection session followed by immediate answers. It's a long, sometimes uncomfortable, and often challenging journey. But the rewards are immense. When you truly understand yourself, you realize that you don't need constant validation from others. You don't need their approval or their love or their attention to feel good about who you are. The key is learning to live fully and independently, not in the sense of being alone, but in the sense of being content with your own company. When you no longer depend on others to define your worth, you will find true freedom. The Stoics understood this principle well. Stoic philosophy teaches that we cannot control what happens around us, but we can control our response to it. True freedom lies in not needing anything outside of ourselves to feel complete. I know this may sound like something from a cheesy self-help book, but if you think about it, it makes perfect sense. When you base your happiness on people or circumstances, You are always on an emotional roller coaster. But when you take control of your own life, no matter what happens around you, and realize that you already have everything you need within you, you find peace. So, how do you get to this point? First, let go of what you cannot control, the opinions of others, their malicious comments, and the external expectations placed on you. Stop carrying around all that unnecessary weight. Make a conscious effort to truly understand yourself. Ask yourself the deep, difficult, uncomfortable questions. Discover what you really like, what makes you feel good without anyone telling you what you need to feel complete. The next step is to cultivate emotional independence. This is not about being alone. It's about being at peace with yourself, enjoying your own company, and not feeling like you need anyone else to make you feel whole. With every step you take toward this independence, you'll be closer to realizing that you are everything you need to be. Life is about understanding that happiness doesn't come from the outside world. It comes from within. When you stop needing others to define your worth, you realize that everything you've been searching for, you already have. And that, my friend, is true freedom. No matter how painful it may seem, I'll make it clear to you. Fulfillment doesn't come when you find what you're looking for. It comes when you realize you already had everything inside of you all along. Imagine this. Right now, you have the power to turn your greatest challenges into your most meaningful successes. But how, you may wonder? Today, we're diving into Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has helped people overcome adversity and find peace in the midst of chaos for centuries. Think back to a time when you faced a situation that tested your patience or shook your confidence. How did you react? Were you controlled by your immediate emotions, or did you choose a response aligned with your core values and beliefs? This is where Stoicism comes in, guiding us to approach life's challenges with courage, wisdom, and composure. Today, we'll explore a powerful idea with ancient roots that is just as relevant today: the practice of training your mind to respond, not react. This isn't just about staying calm in difficult situations. It's about developing a deep awareness and being fully present in the moment. This helps you move through life's ups and downs with intention and grace. The Stoics, ancient thinkers known for their practical outlook on life, had much to say on this topic. They believed that while we can't control what happens to us, we can control how we interpret and respond to those events. Stoicism encourages us to focus on what's within our power, teaching us to detach from external circumstances and ground ourselves in reason and choice. This wisdom can inspire us to pause, reflect, and choose our actions thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. Why is this important? Consider how much of our stress, regret, and frustration stem from quick reactions to what others say or do. Imagine being able to stay calm, centered, and thoughtful, even when the world around you is anything but. This isn't just about finding inner peace. It's about becoming a more effective, compassionate, and resilient person. These qualities have the power to transform not only your life, but also the lives of those around you. In today's conversation, we'll explore various strategies that combine insights from modern psychology and Stoic philosophy. These strategies will help you develop a responsive mindset. We'll discuss how to cultivate mindfulness, why responding instead of reacting matters in today's world, how to express emotions constructively, and how to keep the bigger picture in mind, a perspective in which the Stoics excelled. By the end of our discussion, you'll have a toolkit of strategies to help you pause, assess, and respond thoughtfully to whatever life throws your way. Together, we'll learn to anchor ourselves in the wisdom of Stoicism and the power of our own minds to choose how we respond, transforming our experiences and interactions for the better. As we explore the essence of responding over reacting, we enter a space where every thought and action is intentional, echoing the timeless teachings of Stoicism. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers from Greece and Rome, held principles that are incredibly relevant to our fast-paced modern world. They emphasized the importance of mastering our emotions and reactions, teaching that true power lies in our ability to choose how we respond to any situation. So, why is it so important to cultivate the ability to respond rather than react impulsively? Imagine you're in a tense meeting or facing a personal challenge. The natural instinct is often to react immediately, driven by a surge of emotions. While this reaction is instinctive, it's rarely in our best interest. Over time, reactive behavior can escalate conflicts, damage relationships, and lead to decisions we regret. This is where Stoic wisdom proves invaluable. The Stoics advocated for living in harmony with nature and reason, emphasizing that every action should be guided by virtue and rational thought. By adopting this philosophy, we learn to observe our initial impulses, analyze them with reason, and choose actions that align with our core values and long-term goals. Responding instead of reacting means taking a moment to pause when faced with a triggering situation. It's about stepping back to reflect, not only on the external event, but also on your internal response. This pause gives you the opportunity to consider different outcomes and choose the one that is reasoned, balanced, and most importantly, under your control. In practicing this Stoic approach, you're not ignoring or suppressing your emotions. Rather, you acknowledge them, understand their roots, and then decide whether and how they should influence your actions. This process empowers you to engage with the world in a way that preserves your inner peace and integrity, no matter what happens externally. However, the benefits of responding over reacting extend beyond personal peace. It also improves the quality of your relationships, strengthens your leadership, and enhances your resilience in the face of adversity. When you respond thoughtfully, you show respect, understanding, and empathy for others' perspectives, fostering more meaningful and productive interactions. Embarking on the journey to train your mind requires more than just good intentions. It demands intentional and sustained effort, much like the practices advocated by the Stoics. Their timeless wisdom offers valuable guidance for cultivating a responsive rather than reactive mindset in our modern world. Let's first explore the importance of self-awareness, a key pillar of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics stressed the need for introspection and understanding one's own thoughts and motivations. In this context, self-awareness means developing a keen understanding of your mental and emotional states. When you're aware of your thoughts and feelings, you're better equipped to manage them effectively. This heightened awareness helps you recognize the onset of emotional reactions and take the crucial first step toward choosing a more reasoned response. Next, we'll explore the practice of pausing, a simple yet powerful strategy. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, often spoke of the space between stimulus and response, the moment when we have the power to choose our actions. By cultivating the habit of pausing, we gain the ability to make more intentional, thoughtful decisions in the face of life's challenges. This brief pause can be filled with a deep breath, a moment of reflection, or a short meditation. In this space, we can connect with our inner Stoic, asking ourselves what virtue is needed in the moment and which response aligns with our highest self. Another key strategy is reframing our perspective, a technique the Stoics used to maintain equanimity during difficult times. Reframing involves consciously choosing to view a situation from a new angle, one that reduces its emotional impact and reveals alternative ways to approach it. For example, rather than seeing a challenging work situation as a threat, you might reframe it as an opportunity for growth and resilience. By shifting our narrative, we change our emotional responses and open up new possibilities for action. The Stoics also emphasized focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we cannot. By practicing this principle, we learn to direct our energy where it matters most, responding to our thoughts and actions while accepting external events as they happen. This doesn't mean being passive or indifferent. Rather, it's about recognizing where our true power lies and acting with intention and integrity. Finally, consistent self-reflection and adjustment are essential for training the mind. The Stoics practiced daily self-examination, evaluating their actions and progress toward virtue. Similarly, we can end our day by reflecting on our responses, celebrating the moments we chose thoughtful actions, and learning from times when we fell into reactivity. This continuous process of self-assessment and improvement helps us build a responsive mindset and cultivate the wisdom and balance central to Stoicism. By incorporating these strategies into our daily lives, we honor the Stoic legacy while empowering ourselves to live with more purpose, calm, and effectiveness. Through consistent practice, we can reshape our minds, guiding them to respond in ways that reflect our deepest values and aspirations. At its core, mindfulness is about cultivating a deep awareness of the present moment. It involves observing our thoughts, emotions, and sensations without judgment, which allows us to gain insight into their nature and influence. By practicing mindfulness, we align with the Stoic goal of living with awareness and intention, grounding ourselves firmly in the now. Mindfulness practices for a Stoic life. The only moment we truly have the power to act is the present. One effective way to cultivate mindfulness is through focused attention exercises like breath meditation. By simply observing our breath, each inhale and exhale, we strengthen our ability to concentrate and bring our attention back to the present whenever it wanders. This practice isn't just about relaxation, it's training for the mind, improving our ability to stay focused and present amidst life's distractions. Another key mindfulness practice is mindful observation, which can be applied to any activity. Whether you're eating, walking, or performing routine tasks, you can practice being fully engaged in the moment, observing each aspect with curiosity and openness. This enhances the experience itself and also strengthens your ability to stay focused and responsive in various situations. Body scan meditation is another powerful technique that fosters both body awareness and presence. By slowly scanning through different parts of the body, we develop a deeper connection with our physical selves while also recognizing and releasing built-up tensions and emotions. This practice mirrors Stoic reflection on the body's nature and emphasizes not letting physical sensations overly influence our rational minds. Incorporating mindfulness into our interactions with others can also transform our relationships and communication. By being fully present, listening attentively, and observing without judgment, we foster deeper understanding and connection. This practice aligns with the Stoic value of empathy and the recognition that others too are rational beings navigating their own challenges and experiences. Implementing response over reaction in daily life. By embracing these mindfulness practices, we follow a path laid out by the Stoics, one that leads to greater clarity, tranquility, and effectiveness in our actions. As we cultivate a mindful presence, we equip ourselves with the tools to respond to life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and composure, embodying the best of Stoic-inspired living. Let's now shift our focus to the practical application of the mindfulness and Stoic insights we've gained, aiming to create a lifestyle where thoughtful responses take precedence over impulsive reactions. The goal of practicing response over reaction is not about suppressing our natural instincts. Instead, it's about deepening our engagement with life in line with the Stoic virtue of living with intention and rational thought. To truly embody the principles we've discussed, it's essential to establish daily practices that help us respond thoughtfully. Picture yourself in a challenging situation, perhaps a disagreement at work or an unexpected setback. Your immediate impulse might be to react emotionally, driven by frustration or disappointment. However, this is precisely the moment to tap into your Stoic-inspired training. Pause and reflect on the bigger picture. Ask yourself, what would a Stoic philosopher do? This question isn't about suppressing your emotions. Instead, it invites you to engage your rational mind, to evaluate the situation objectively, and choose a constructive response. The goal is not to eliminate emotions, but to channel them productively, using reason to navigate through them. Acknowledge your feelings, understand what triggered them, and then, with clarity and calm, decide on the best course of action that aligns with your values and goals. In practical terms, this could mean taking a brief walk to clear your mind before replying to a provocative email. Or it could involve digging deeper into what's truly bothering you in a conflict, addressing the root causes rather than reacting to surface-level frustrations. Each time you choose to respond instead of react, you're reinforcing a pattern of thoughtful engagement with life's challenges, building resilience, and fostering a greater sense of peace and satisfaction. Integrating this approach into your daily routine amplifies its impact. Start your day by reflecting on your intentions, reminding yourself of your commitment to respond thoughtfully in various situations. Make journaling a regular habit, using it to reflect on your responses, celebrate successes, and identify areas for improvement. Above all, embrace a mindset of continuous learning and growth, recognizing that each day offers a new opportunity to practice and refine your ability to respond rather than react. By committing to this path, you're not simply adopting a strategy for stress reduction or conflict management. You're embracing a way of life that reflects the Stoic pursuit of virtue and wisdom. You're choosing to live intentionally, aligning your actions with your highest ideals. In doing so, you contribute to a more thoughtful, compassionate, and responsive world. The journey from reaction to response is transformative, leading us toward a deeper engagement with both our inner selves and the external world. This is the path that the Stoics walked with dedication, and now, with their wisdom guiding us, we too can navigate life's challenges with grace, equanimity, and rationality, embodying the true spirit of Stoicism in our modern world. The core of our exploration is not just about managing our reactions in isolation, but about integrating a thoughtful, responsive approach into the fabric of our lives. By embracing Stoic principles, focusing on what we can control, acting with reason, and striving for virtue, we empower ourselves to face life's challenges with greater calm and purpose. This Stoic-inspired path invites us to view every moment as an opportunity to practice our commitment to responding thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. Whether we face daily frustrations, major setbacks, or significant decisions, each situation is a chance to embody Stoic virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. By consistently choosing to respond thoughtfully, we not only enhance our own well-being, but also positively impact those around us. Remember, the journey to mastering response over reaction is ongoing, requiring continual learning and growth. Like the Stoics, we must embrace the discipline of self-reflection, regularly assessing our progress and adjusting as needed. This commitment to personal growth not only brings us closer to our ideal selves, but also resonates outward, influencing our relationships, communities, and the broader tapestry of interconnected lives. As we near the end of this journey together, remember, every moment is a choice. Each moment is an opportunity to embody the calm, resilience, and wisdom of Stoicism in the fabric of our lives. Your responses are threads that weave your character with intention and purpose. Life often confronts us with the difficult reality that people are not permanent fixtures. We form deep bonds, develop emotional ties, and build relationships that feel central to our existence. But what do we do when those ties break? How do we deal with the emotional void when someone we once held dear no longer has a place in our life? Or worse, when we come to the painful realization that they never valued us the same way? These are questions that stir deep within us. How do I stop caring? Is it possible to detach emotionally without feeling like I'm losing a part of myself? This is precisely where the philosophy of Stoicism, especially the guidance of Marcus Aurelius, becomes profoundly helpful. The Stoics were not emotionless or detached in the cold sense. Instead, they mastered the art of understanding emotions, not by suppressing them, but by placing them in balance, allowing reason and clarity to lead the way. Emotional detachment, in this view, is not about becoming numb. It's about reclaiming the ability to act with calm, purpose, and strength, rather than being swept away by emotional chaos. In this article, I want to walk you through 5 enduring Stoic principles that will help you emotionally detach from someone, with Marcus Aurelius's timeless wisdom serving as our guiding light. This is not merely abstract philosophy. It is practical wisdom meant to transform the way you relate to others and to yourself. The first rule is to truly grasp the fleeting nature of life. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. When we grow emotionally attached to someone, we often become attached to our version of who they are. We create a story about their role and significance in our lives. But Stoicism teaches that all human connections are temporary. Today, someone may be at the center of your life, and tomorrow they may not be. The reasons may vary: distance, death, or simply drifting apart over time, but the outcome is the same. They leave. This idea may sound harsh at first, but it's actually liberating. It is the foundation of emotional detachment. When you embrace the reality that nothing is meant to last forever, you begin to appreciate the present more deeply. Have you ever picked up a handful of sand at the beach and tried to hold it tightly? The harder you squeeze, the faster it slips through your fingers. That's how relationships work too. The more you try to cling, the faster they fall apart. I once had a friendship that spanned a decade. We shared everything: hopes, fears, and endless late-night conversations. but with time, our paths diverged. I fought the growing distance, but all it did was prolong the hurt. I had wrapped so much of my identity into that bond that it began to weigh me down. Only when I accepted that our time together had passed was I able to release the burden. Marcus Aurelius would have said the same. Accept the natural ending of things, and your suffering will be lighter when they end. The second rule is to take charge of your emotions by using rational thinking. We often assume that emotions are in control, that they just happen and we must endure them. Sadness, anger, heartache, these emotional responses can feel overwhelming, especially when tied to someone we care deeply about. But here's the truth. Emotions are not facts. They are the result of your thoughts, your beliefs, and the way you choose to interpret events. Marcus Aurelius and other Stoic thinkers firmly believed in the power of the mind to shape emotional experience. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. He wrote that emotional detachment begins with the realization that your mind has the ability to control your emotional state. The thoughts you entertain about someone can either stir up a storm within you or bring calm to those same emotional waves. Imagine you're in the aftermath of a breakup, feeling emotionally wrecked, looping past conversations in your mind, obsessing over every word, every moment, and asking yourself, why did this happen? Or, how could they move on so easily? The Stoic response invites you to redirect that energy. Rather than handing your emotions the steering wheel, ask yourself, what are the facts? And how else can I view this situation? The goal is to intentionally choose thoughts that liberate you from suffering, not those that intensify it. Reflect on this for a moment. When something upsetting happens, when you argue with someone you care about, when you feel dismissed, when you're disappointed, what's the first thing you do? You interpret the situation and assign meaning to it. But in truth, it isn't the event itself that causes your emotional distress. It's the way you choose to perceive it. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." In other words, your emotional experience is shaped directly by your inner narrative. Let's say you send a heartfelt message to someone you care deeply about, maybe a friend, a partner, or a family member, and hours go by without a response. Instantly, your mind kicks into overdrive. Did I say something wrong? Are they angry with me? Do they even care about me anymore? As time continues to pass, those thoughts snowball. What starts as mild concern grows into irritation, maybe even anxiety or resentment. But ask yourself, what's the actual truth in this scenario? Is it the delay that's truly causing your emotional upheaval, or is it the story you're telling yourself about that delay? The Stoic approach teaches us to pause and challenge these reflexive emotional responses with rational thought. What do you actually know? The only confirmed fact is that they haven't responded yet. Everything else is built on assumption. Rather than letting your emotions spiral, you pause. You acknowledge that your feelings, whether they're of fear, sadness, or rejection, don't stem from the reality of the situation, but from your thoughts about it. Marcus Aurelius advised, question your thoughts. Don't accept them blindly as the truth. I experienced this lesson firsthand with a close friend. We had been talking about something meaningful, and then suddenly they stopped replying. At first, I dismissed it, but as the hours passed, I felt a creeping sense of worry. I started to think, maybe they're upset with me. Maybe I said the wrong thing. By the time night fell, I had convinced myself the friendship was falling apart. I was tangled in a mess of worry, guilt, and frustration. But when I finally stopped and looked at the situation objectively, I realized that nothing had actually happened. My friend had simply gotten caught up with life. When I calmly reached out the next day, they replied with ease, unaware of the emotional storm I had stirred up within myself. In that quiet moment of self-awareness, I recalled Marcus Aurelius's timeless wisdom. Focus on what's within your control, your thoughts and actions, not on outcomes or the feelings of others. When you consciously redirect your thoughts, you begin to let go of the emotional chaos. If you're still here, I encourage you to like the video and share a moment from your own relationships when you noticed this same pattern. Your reflections could help someone else become more mindful and cultivate stronger, healthier connections. Now let's turn to the third principle: practice negative visualization. At first glance, the idea of negative visualization might seem unusual or even unhelpful. Why would anyone choose to deliberately picture the loss of someone or something they hold dear? Doesn't that just cause more emotional distress? But in truth, this ancient Stoic practice, widely embraced by Marcus Aurelius, is actually one of the most effective methods for developing emotional detachment, not by closing yourself off, but by mentally preparing for life's inevitable changes and losses. The concept is simple, yet deeply transformative. By envisioning the worst-case scenario ahead of time, you reduce its emotional impact if or when it does occur. This doesn't mean you should become pessimistic or believe that things will always go wrong. Rather, it's a way of training your mind to accept life as it truly is, instead of clinging to the way you wish it would be. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Do not disturb yourself by imagining the whole of your life's troubles at once. Instead, meet each as it arises with calmness and self-control." In other words, negative visualization is a way to build mental and emotional strength. Think of someone you're very close to, perhaps a romantic partner, a best friend, or a beloved family member. Now, try to imagine your life without them. Picture your days unfolding without their presence, their voice, their support. It may feel uncomfortable or even painful, and that's exactly the point. The Stoics believed that by confronting the possibility of loss in your imagination, you weaken its power to break you in real life. I remember using this practice when my closest friend was considering relocating to another country. We had shared so many years side by side, and the idea of them living halfway across the world filled me with anxiety and sadness. But instead of pushing those feelings away, I embraced them through visualization. I imagined daily life without them, finding joy in new routines, spending time with other people, creating new experiences. So when they finally did move, I didn't fall apart. The loss was still real and it still hurt, but I had already mentally prepared for it. That mental rehearsal made all the difference. Another powerful aspect of negative visualization is the recognition that loss is a natural part of the human experience. Everything you value, whether it's a relationship, a situation, or a possession, will eventually pass, whether through change, separation, or death. This isn't meant to be a depressing realization, but a freeing one. When you stop assuming that things will always remain the same, you also stop feeling entitled to their permanence. And when that sense of entitlement fades, the fear of losing those things starts to fade with it. Think about how most of us approach relationships. When we enter into one, we often assume it will last forever. We don't plan for it to end. But the truth is, there are no guarantees. The Stoic mindset doesn't ask you to give up on love or connection. It asks you to value them fully while they last, with the understanding that change is always possible. This shift in thinking allows you to love more freely and appreciate each moment for what it is, rather than trying to control or prolong it. I once found myself in a relationship where I was overwhelmed by the fear that it might end. That fear consumed me. I tried to hold on tighter, to control every detail, to protect the relationship at all costs. But when I began practicing negative visualization, something shifted. I pictured what life might look like afterward. It was hard, even painful, but it helped me to stop obsessing over keeping things perfect. It reminded me to be thankful for what I had in the present. And when that relationship eventually ended, I wasn't as shattered as I feared. I was prepared. I had already grieved the idea of loss, and that allowed me to move forward with more strength. The real value of negative visualization lies in its ability to strengthen your emotional foundation. By repeatedly imagining the worst-case scenarios, not to invite fear, but to train your mind, you become more grounded and less shaken by life's changes. You come to understand that even in the face of loss, you can survive, adapt, and find peace. And that's the true essence of emotional detachment. Not a detachment from life or love, but from the illusion that you need things to stay the same in order to be okay. Now we move into Rule 4. Focus on what you can control, one of the central pillars of Stoic philosophy. One of the fundamental teachings of Stoicism, and one of the most empowering realizations you can come to, is the understanding that there are things within your control, and there are things that are completely beyond your control. This distinction becomes especially significant when it comes to emotionally detaching from someone, as so much of the pain we experience in relationships arises from our desire to control things we simply cannot. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly stresses in his meditations the importance of focusing solely on what is within our control, our thoughts, actions, and responses. Everything else, including other people's behavior, the outcomes of situations, and the passing of time, lies outside of our influence. The more we attempt to control what we cannot, the more we subject ourselves to unnecessary suffering. Therefore, emotional detachment is not about coldly withdrawing from others, but about releasing the attachment to outcomes that are beyond our control. When you are deeply attached to someone, whether it's a romantic partner, friend, or family member, it's natural to want to influence how they feel about you. You long for them to care about you in the same way you care about them. However, the harsh reality is that you cannot control their emotions or actions. You cannot make someone love you, appreciate you, or treat you as you believe you deserve to be treated. The only thing within your control is how you choose to respond to their behavior. Take a moment to reflect on a time when you tried to influence someone's feelings or behavior. Perhaps you went out of your way to win someone's affection, or you exhausted yourself trying to prove your worth to a friend who never truly seemed to value you. How did that feel? Likely it left you frustrated, anxious, and powerless because you were attempting to control something beyond your grasp. In my own experience, I was once in a relationship where I felt like I was constantly working to keep everything together. No matter how much effort I put into planning dates, sending thoughtful messages, or being emotionally available, it felt like I was always one step behind. They would pull away, and I would try even harder to keep them close. It became a cycle of endless anxiety because I was trying to control how they felt about me. But when I started to embrace the Stoic principle of focusing only on what I could control, my own actions and sense of self-worth, I began to let go of the anxiety. I came to realize that I couldn't make them love me more or treat me better. All I could control was my own response. In that moment, I chose to detach, and the relief that came from letting go of that emotional burden was immense. One of the most liberating things you can do for yourself is to embrace emotional autonomy, the understanding that your happiness, peace, and emotional stability should not be dependent on someone else's behavior or feelings. When you place your emotional well-being in the hands of another person, you give away your power. You become a prisoner to their actions, moods, and decisions. Imagine you are in a friendship where you constantly feel sidelined. Your friend no longer makes time for you as they once did, and you begin to feel neglected. Naturally, this will hurt, and you may find yourself dwelling on what you did wrong or wondering why they've pulled away. But here's the critical point. Their behavior is beyond your control. The only thing you can control is how you respond. Do you want to spend your energy chasing after someone who doesn't value you, or would you rather focus on nurturing the relationships and activities that bring you joy and fulfillment? When you shift your focus to what is within your control, your own emotional state, you begin to take back your power. You stop relying on someone else's validation or attention to feel whole. Instead, you create your own emotional balance, independent of the external circumstances around you. In my own life, I've experienced friendships where I realized I was giving far too much influence to how the other person treated me. If they were distant or dismissive, I'd feel unworthy, but if they were warm and attentive, I'd feel valued. This constant emotional roller coaster was exhausting, but when I began applying Stoic principles, I made a conscious choice to stop tying my self-worth to how others acted. I focused on nurturing my own emotional well-being, irrespective of their behavior. This didn't mean I cared less about them. It simply meant I stopped allowing their actions to dictate my inner peace. The ultimate goal of emotional detachment is not indifference, but acceptance. Acceptance of the fact that life is unpredictable, that people are unpredictable, and that no matter how much we wish we could control everything, we cannot. What we can do is accept things as they are, rather than wishing them to be something else. Imagine you're facing a breakup. You feel lost, hurt, and overwhelmed by the situation. Your mind races with questions like, what if I had done something differently? Why did this happen? Can I fix this? These are natural questions, but they're rooted in a desire to control something that has already happened, a longing to reverse the outcome. Instead of tormenting yourself with these what-ifs, the Stoic response is to accept the reality of the situation. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the obstacles we face are not hindrances, but opportunities for growth. By accepting what is outside your control, you stop wasting energy trying to change the past or influence others, and instead you focus on how you can move forward. During one of the most difficult periods of my life, I experienced the sudden and painful loss of a relationship I thought was solid. At first, I was consumed by the desire to understand why it had happened and what I could have done differently. But gradually, I came to realize that the only way to find peace was to accept the situation as it was, not as I wished it would be. I couldn't change the past, and I couldn't control how the other person felt. What I could control, however, was how I responded to that loss. Instead of clinging to what was gone, I chose to embrace the present reality. And in doing so, I found strength in acceptance. Reflecting on the bigger picture is a critical aspect of emotional detachment. When you are deeply caught up in the emotions of a relationship or a challenging situation, it's easy to lose perspective. Stoic philosophy, particularly through the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, encourages us to take a step back and look at the larger picture. Aurelius often pointed out that our troubles, fears, and desires are only fleeting moments in the grand span of time. Adopting this broader perspective makes emotional detachment much easier. Ask yourself important questions such as, will this pain matter in 5 years? Or, does this person truly define my entire existence? Shifting your focus from immediate emotional turmoil to a higher level of reflection helps you realize that much of your distress is tied to temporary circumstances. Stoicism teaches us that no single person or event should hold such sway over our emotional well-being. When you become overly attached to someone, it's easy to make them the center of your universe. Your happiness and sense of self-worth can become intertwined with their presence or absence in your life. However, stepping back and gaining perspective helps you realize that life is constantly changing, and relationships, no matter how intense, are just one part of your journey. You are a complete individual with your own path, separate from anyone else's influence. In the midst of a breakup or emotional turmoil, it can be difficult to adopt this viewpoint, but reflecting on the larger picture of your life helps you understand that you've already survived emotional challenges before. Life moved on, and so did you. Think back to past relationships or moments when you thought your world was falling apart. Those wounds healed, and in time you became stronger and wiser. This is the natural rhythm of life. I recall a painful breakup I once went through, which at the time felt like the end of my world. For weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about the past, feeling as though the future had lost its brightness. But eventually, I allowed myself to reflect on the broader scope of my life. I realized that while this person had been important, they were not the defining factor of my existence. They were part of my journey, but not the entirety of my story. By taking a step back, I saw that the relationship was just one chapter in a much larger narrative, and I began to emotionally detach. The Stoics, especially Marcus Aurelius, often spoke about the impermanence of all things, relationships, emotions, and situations. Everything in life is transient. What truly matters is how we respond to these inevitable changes. By reflecting on the bigger picture, you develop a sense of inner peace, knowing that life will continue to flow, regardless of temporary attachments. This expanded viewpoint allows you to emotionally detach, not because you no longer care, but because you understand that clinging too tightly to fleeting things only leads to unnecessary suffering. Emotional detachment is not about becoming apathetic. It's about realizing that life is far larger than any single person, relationship, or moment of pain. By viewing your life as a vast, interconnected web of experiences, you free yourself from the narrow focus that emotional attachment can create. Ultimately, emotional detachment is not about shutting down your emotions or isolating yourself from the world. It's about building resilience and taking control over how you respond to life's inevitable changes. The Stoic path does not offer a quick fix, but instead provides a means to inner peace. By embracing impermanence, mastering your emotions through rational thought, and reflecting on the bigger picture, you will discover that emotional detachment is a form of self-liberation. So, the next time you feel yourself gripping too tightly to someone or something, ask yourself, do I control my emotions, or do they control me? Emotional freedom awaits those who dare to let go. Seneca's wisdom reminds us again that joy lies in experiencing the present moment without becoming attached to uncertain outcomes. When you build and maintain a life rich with meaningful relationships, regardless of the state of your romantic connection, you reinforce your confidence and emotional independence. This approach can shift the dynamic of your relationship and also prepare you to meet life's difficulties with steadiness and strength. If you found this video meaningful, please give it a like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your engagement helps YouTube recognize the value of this content so we can continue creating more videos that make a difference.